Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy-to-pick-up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
IQOO.
Hello everyone, now I'm here with Trixie from PEA. Hello, how are you today?
Apa khabar Tracy?
Baik, Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, you're fine, thank you. Okay, your team performance has improved a lot from the last season. Can you share with us about the preparation that your team made?
Okay, Tracy, PA BARUZ, kalau kita tengok season lepas performance dia tak begitu baik, dan season ini kali ni korang datang dengan dan tunjukkan performance yang sangat-sangat baik. Boleh ceritakan tak apa preparation yang korang dah buat sebelum datang ke Thailand?
Preparationnya untuk PMSL Summer ni, macam season lepas diorang tak ada IGL yang betul. So season ni diorang dah dapat IGL, and then saya tinggal touch up je dekat diorang. And then tu je lah, yang kita orang training macam biasa. Tengok mistake season lepas, and kita orang tak buat mistake tu kat season ni.
Okay, if we take a look back in first PMSL, I think our problem is we don't have a fixed IGL, and we already fixed for this PMSL Summer, and yeah, we already learned from the mistake, and we just want to make sure that we're not gonna repeat the same mistake again. That's all.
So you fixed position and fixed your team already. Okay, I heard you have brother Henny. He's playing at SEM9. Their performance is not good, but yesterday last game, they get a winner chicken dinners. Do you have any word to say to your brothers and his team?
Okay, kita boleh tengok adik awak Kenny semalam bermain dengan tidak begitu baik, namun dia berjaya mendapatkan winner chicken dinner di last game. Ada tak apa-apa pesanan yang nak sampaikan dekat adik awak Kenny dan juga tim dia?
Mungkin semalam diorang tak perform sebab diorang lambat panas kot. Diorang memang jenis lambat panas kan, dan last tu baru panas. Mungkin hari ni diorang okay kot. And saya nak cakap pula dekat diorang, jangan beban.
Okay, I think it's normal for SEM9 is because of SEM9. For me, to be honest, they are a slow starter team, and yeah, of course, when the last game they got a winner chicken dinner, I think I already expect that is because of again they are slow starter team. To my little brother, I just wanna wish you good luck. Don't be a burden for your team. That's all.
Okay, so good luck at you too. Okay, and the last one, do you have any word for your supporters? Look at the camera and tell them.
Okay, apa yang nak sampaikan dekat fans-fans PA BARUZ?
Untuk fans-fans PA BARUZ, jangan lupa support kita orang daripada kita orang awal start sampai habis, and teruskan support dan menyokong kita orang. Okay, Malaysia boleh.
Okay. To our fans out there, keep supporting us from the start till the very end. Pray for us as well, and yeah, I think Malaysia boleh.
Okay, say hello Malaysia.
Hello Malaysia.
Yes, and big smile and hand up. Yes. Okay, everyone, please give them support. And thank you, Tracy, for joining us for the interview. And now it's time for a game. Let's go back to the caster decks. Bye bye.
And yes, that is a fun fact, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome back. And I believe now Choo Choo should be able to hear me. Yes, I realized that a second ago. But anyway, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Summer 2024. I'm so proud together with Choo Choo. And yes, that is actually Kenny's brother for me.
Yeah, I love the fact that usually we have brothers in the same team. Like we do know the Tachibana twins, like VTR and Elias do have those brothers going on. But to have the brothers in different teams, and that's going to be interesting because it's going to be them competing against each other, and also there will be a standard like who's the better brother in this term when it comes to their performance.
Yeah, we had a couple of biological brothers here before. Obviously, the Luxy Zaxi, and now we have Trexy and also Kenny. And before this, way back, we do have also G9 and
D2E.
D2E, yes, G9, D2E. I mean, who's next then?
Maybe our sisters and our brothers. It would be cool though if the casters, the commentators, siblings actually do play. I do want to see how they do their prediction. Would they be a bit biased, or would it go against them? It'll be interesting to watch it. So hopefully one of our casters do have our siblings to play. But speaking of ours this season, PMSL, when it comes to the final day before we enter the last chance stage, as well as our Super Sunday, today will be Group A versus Group B.
Oh yeah, I just remember another one. GEEK Fam used to have Ainauki and 420, their brothers as well. Yeah, so yes, ladies and gentlemen, focus on the Group A and Group B. As Group C, they are done with the day. So they'll be waiting for the final result before which team is confirmed to be playing the last chance and which team is confirmed to be playing directly into the Super Sunday. So welcome back, Group A, especially Alter Ego and TALON is there.
Now, I do love this comparison between PEA and Sun9, both actually staying at 16 and 17, and they have a lot of work to do to make sure they will get themselves in the top 8 if they want to go straight into the Super Sunday. When it comes to the stats, they have pretty similar stats, but compared to positioning, PEA do have better stats than the side of Sun9 when it comes to getting the top 5.
Yeah, so PEA, so far they're doing better than Sun9, but when it comes to average elimination points, Sun9 had a little bit better against them, but when it comes to placement points, PEA is a little bit more better. But who is the best among them all between these two groups? Of course, Alter Ego is a monster. Just look at this. Their average damage is 1,908, followed by TALON 1,352, and then we got VOIN Donkeys 1,302 and BTR 1,235. In summary, all of these teams are from Indonesia.
Well, overall, they are still dominating, I guess. When it comes to Alter Ego, this is the average damage, which means this is not their highest damage in one round. We've seen that before. They got quite a number high kill volumes, so we expect them to perform again here today. But like you mentioned, VOIN yesterday played superbly well. We've seen TALON competing with Alter Ego and Boom in day number 1. Can they bring back their A game, with BTR still having their highest eliminations by far at 16 eliminations?
Well, let's check out the best moments of yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on today. So we're going to highlight VOIN and Donkeys, BTR, as well as PEA. As you can see here on screen, VOIN and Donkeys, they had great moments. That's what we can see on screen. Max Years coming in with this nade to eliminate RRQ, another team from Indonesia.
And speaking of also VOIN yesterday. I do want to mention about regarding their position in Miramar yesterday between them and Boom. That was quite a spectacular performance till the end, and it's down to who's being favored for the last few circles. Hopefully today the circle will be kinder for the players, because yesterday has been crazy.
Yeah, it is insane here. Just like what BTR has done yesterday, they are currently the holders of the most eliminations in a single round. That is 16 eliminations with a chicken dinner in the second game yesterday, which is the first wrangle of day number 2. So looking forward to see if they can continue the momentum somehow today.
Speaking of momentum, I do want to see like how the interview coming out from XERXIA before of PA. They did mention about 7-9 being a bit late bloomer. I do agree. Hopefully today they start to wake up, because if not, they'll be a bit too late. It's a bit too far for them to actually catch up when it comes to the second week. And PA just now XERXIA is actually another new info. He was being transferred. He's actually being transferred pretty much from Trio Distro before, another team coming up from the Malaysian region. But back to us for overall rankings, I can say today Boom is just sitting by the pool and having a good day.
Yeah, just an additional fun fact, Trio Distro used to play in PMPL Malaysia, but yeah, they did not move on to the next stage. So glad to see what the players down in here, which is XERXIA. But overall rankings, this of course where all matters. Eyes will be all on to who is going to be the top 8 who will qualify directly onto Super Sunday. So far, VOIN and Donkeys is in here, PIGMY is there as well, but BTR, they are just by the edge of it. The good news for BTR is that they have only played 6 games, so they have 6 more games to go today to try to catch the slot directly on Sunday.
Now, speaking of those slots for Super Sunday, for the top 3, I think it's pretty comfortable. But the one that actually will play this Saturday for last chance, 100% is going to be Creed VIP, since they've done for their runs in this week, while the rest of the teams on second page still have a shot at getting those top 8.
Yeah, so as long as they still have games, anything can still happen. Even if it's YOODO 02, even though it's FaZe Clan, Roy, MORPH, and all the other teams on page number 2, as long as they still have the 6 games left today, they could still climb up to the top 8. So anything can still happen for page 2 teams.
Speaking of page 2, the one that's quite concerning is going to be the very bottom, YO2. After their first day and the very first day 1 of the week 1, it didn't turn out so well. So hopefully today they do have a bit of a fan base, not really a bit, a lot of fan base up there. It will be a glorious day here hopefully today. But when it comes to these matches and schedule, we started off as usual, Sunhawk, then up to then we're gonna follow up to the AAA Wrangle, and wrapping out day with the double Miramar.
Yes, and this is going to be the usual schedule here, ladies and gentlemen. And you are looking at GMT +7. So if you want to know exactly what time it is, well, you just adjust it according to your respective time zone. And Sunhawk is going to be played again. We have had insane circles in the first 2 Sunhawks of this tournament, so I guess we can expect more to come.
Speaking of more to come, yesterday has been a lot of entertaining moments. A lot of questionable movement, a lot of questionable decision making. Sometimes things just really being tough for the players, challenging their mind and testing their knowledge regarding about their gameplay as well. But when it comes to warming up, I don't think they have more time to warm up now, because today is going to be crucial, especially for the teams that want to go to straight into the Super Sunday.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's going to be crunch time for a lot of these teams. As what we saw early on page number 2, a lot of them still have the chance to qualify to Super Sunday. Even like the end of the page number 2, if they can score like multiple chicken dinners with a lot of eliminations, who knows? They could spring a surprise to slide into the Super Sunday directly, because you don't want to put yourself under unnecessary pressure to play the last chance qualifiers tomorrow.
Speaking of last chance, man, another grind for these guys after such a hectic week and then have to go for more. I mean, nobody wants to actually have to spend more time, energy, and don't even have time to reset themselves before Super Sunday, because it's only going to be a 1-day sprint. But interesting choices, yeah? You haven't... Did you pick Alter Ego for day number 1? You didn't, right? This is going to be your first time.
Yeah, it's my first time. Just like my rule to say that I will try to not repeat that team, at least within the same week. So I picked a Boom during day number 1. So look, obviously now looking at the performance, and not like I've ever doubted Alter Ego, but you know, you just want to have some diversity there. And Alter Ego, obviously they've been performing, so they are in my pick. Same goes for Talon. It's the same reasoning. And for PEA, I guess, well, the interview says that, all right, they have been performing better than last season. So I do look forward to seeing their performance again today.
I agree. I mean, last season definitely give them so much experience and prepared themselves way more better for this season. We can see they're more composed, they're more prepared, they're not that nervous when it comes to even the interviews. But for me, MORPH, because of day 1, they are the only Indonesian team that didn't score any chicken dinner. They have to score 1 just to redeem themselves what they didn't get in day number 1. For FaZe Clan, I have a feeling, I mean, like, we do know this is going to be a legacy team. I'm looking for FaZe to surprise us. Sem9, same goes for them because of how big the fan base is. I want to see them finally bloom when it comes to the last day before we end the week 1, before we enter into the last chance and the Super Sunday.
Yeah, so last chance and Super Sunday. We will know the final result by the end of today, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you stay tuned with us, and so that you will not miss out on any of the action. It was action-packed for the first 2 days, and that is something that we expect for all these amazing teams as we jump onto our first game, Sandhawk.
Going into the rainforestry of Sandhawk, we do know it's going to be a very fast-paced game here due to how small the map itself. So we expect a lot of clashes since the start of the drop by the teams. Now, we do know when it comes to A versus C, we have no clue how it will come out when it comes to the momentum of the fights. But we do know when it comes to when it was A versus C before, it was super hectic. Now it's A versus B. And I feel like B group teams have to be a bit slow in engaging or initiating fights, but will it be a different story when they're fighting against A group here for B teams?
Well, so this is the first time that A versus C, right? A versus B. So we don't know the pattern yet, but from what we saw based on the first 2 days, we did come up with some sort of theory that if you have Group A in the group shuffle, we tend to see more fights. And speaking about fights, Sami again, even though we shuffle the groups, but we still see an early fight in it. And welcome back MORPH and also YOODO 2.
YOODO 2 can actually perform this time. Now, despite Frederick actually play last season, for him to cope in this very season, the first week, it's going to be tough, it's going to be rough, but at the same time, if he can actually cope, it's going to be great, Kit, getting that with the Vector. Now another one possibly, but more they're fighting back. Kit needs to leave. Where are the others of YOODO 2?
2 from YOODO 2 went down. Hazel can still be picked up. Now the other members of MORPH, they're charging on to the other 2 members of YOODO 2 with Jumper on the other side. Fredo will finish off by Flippy, and now Jumper will be the next target on the second floor.
Jumper. Things has been really chaotic. Going down to 1 HP. Oh my god. He can't even take even a small bit of Molly, and that's just it. YOODO 2. 0 point at that.
Another tough start here for YOODO 2, but great start for MORPH as they collected 4 points without losing any of their players. So perfect start for them, and it was a quick finish, so they have the time to loot and they can time themselves better to rotate into the circle, in which first circle is a kind one.
Not kind enough for YOODO 2, regardless of how circle is. I mean, this is going to be multiple times. They're being eliminated quite early on. Next, we do have VOIN versus Infinity. Now, Maxis stand by around the corner of the house with the VBS. Open the door. It's going to be Infinity, not thinking twice. Getting on Maxius with those sprays. 4v1. I mean, Maxius, even though he got himself the VBS, he didn't even pull the trigger at that.
Yeah, I mean, 4 onto 1. Won't be able to take them all out at one time, so yeah, that just had to happen there. So unfortunately for VOIN Donkeys, as many points that they have collected and as well as they have played yesterday, they need to play on this round with 3 players, a handicap to them.
Oh, at least they lost one, not the entirety of the team. Now, despite of that, for the others. Now FaZe Clan just next to YOODO 2 right now. We're talking about the numbers. So the safe zone right now is at 8th place, VOIN with 53. We did mention about having 80 points. Probably going to be the best bet of just the most comfortable zone, or just barely make it to the Super Sunday at 80 points. But at the same time, we want to see who can push themselves even further. Will Alter Ego overtake Boom, which scored himself, I think it was 103. So can we actually get more than that by end of today?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see more action from them later on. It's a matter of them getting the points in. But we move over to the northern side now. So we have Xavier on screen. And since the circle is somewhere up north, Paradise Resort is in the middle of the circle. So we don't expect to see Xavier leaving Paradise Resort for now. In fact, they're guarding all corners of Paradise Resort in case any team would come by.
Xavier's, they're trying to follow the footsteps of Team Flash yesterday. Used to be better than Team Flash, but Team Flash overtaken them when it comes to their performance. Well, on the side of NKT, rookie of last season, now start to build up the momentum as well. But FaZe Clan, still a question mark. This is going to be the legacy team, still having the same players. Not so much of a swap during the off-season between this season and the spring season, but hopefully they do have an improvement compared to the last season.
Well, they are known to be a team that comes in at the later stage of the tournament. And they've done it multiple times before in PMGC, PMSL from the previous seasons. So I guess if any of the fans of FaZe Clan are watching this and they're kind of worried for their team, just remember that they're capable of doing that. And maybe we'll see them do it here today.
Speaking of doing it, TALON's actually rapid base going in with the spray, a crispy one, and that IQOO in trouble. They might actually lose Misery in the process, but it's gonna be trusting the process. One for the trade of the others. 3-1 trade, why not? IQOO now leaving only No Mercy. We've seen this before. It feels like a deja vu if No Mercy can actually get out from here.
Oh, No Mercy is pretty low now, and looks like the deja vu will not be happening as RRQ eliminated by TALON. But they managed to take out Misery, so they did not end the round on a 0 point at least.
Yoru and the rest of TALON triumph over that victory. A big one at that, at a loss of 1. But it's going to be okay. I think Misery is still going to be happy for his team. So he still scored himself 1 point regardless of that. Back to the side of TALON. Feels like they are running and gunning at the same time. They are hunting for more.
Mr. Joe got taken out somewhere else. So NKT, last we saw them, they are somewhere up north too, and they were nearby Paradise Resort. So maybe I would expect that they are more than one team. There's more than one team other than NKT up there, and also Xavier obviously in Paradise Resort.
Now Alva is the one that we talked about before that hunts for you, definitely up to par with Rosemary right now. Octa, very versatile, playing the feelers for all rotations and being flexible and versatile players to fit in any role that he needs to. But Alva, on the other hand, we haven't seen the best of him just yet. But at the same time, Alter Ego, they're taking a lot of blue zone, they're taking their own sweet time. It's still stage number 1, so it's gonna be okay. But hopefully they got himself vehicles just like how PEA is doing it.
Yeah, PA so far okay. I mean, it is still stage 1 compared to stage 2, so you can still tank out the blue. And looking at their utilities, they should be pretty fine. And circle-wise, if they don't move too far away from them, Xavier still has the fortress in the circle, somewhere in the middle of it. What I'll be interested to see is probably teams on the right side to come in. 7-9 is there. And they're a team that needs a lot more points in order for them to secure the slot directly onto Sunday. So, yeah, with the amount of teams within that area as well is something that they need to be aware of.
Speaking of awareness, Infinity definitely up and aware, very alert themselves regarding where and which teams nearby with how fast they're rotating. Very proactive indeed. Not having a bit of a tiny rest, not even a second there. Look at how active they've been moving, navigating themselves inside of a map. But on the side of PA, we've seen a lot of teams that are taking the blue zone, including MORPH as well, and VOIN. as well as Alter Ego, but they might bump into each other. PEA Traxi, this is going to be IGL for PEA, newly appointed this season. I think he heard those audio cue and making a bit of a U-turn just to avoid early conflicts.
And doing the scouting work, so great sense there by Traxi. Like what you said, probably noticed the sound of the vehicle, so he decided to go down south instead. And based on the minimap, so far so good, but if they go even further, probably he's going to meet up with TALON up on this hilltop. So again, great work. Like, you don't go straight up to the hill because you need to always have an assumption that somebody's up there, especially in a small map like Sanhok.
True. We talked about the circle dependent sort of map for Sanhok, especially the circle ended up right on top of a very small hill, which do have those elevations. It's super crucial for these guys to have it. I love that we're looking at the players' cameo right now. Look how many fingers they're playing. You know, Cyclap, for you personally, do you think that it's necessary for the players to be a super high talented, high fragger player, superstar player? You have to have more than 2 fingers playing? Because I asked D2E and G9 and D2E previous years before. They said they just play it with 2 fingers. It's fine for them.
Well, it's down to personal preference. Even Paraboy plays with 2 fingers. So, and obviously, well, Paraboy, right? But if you ask me personally, well, and if anyone wants to get started, I will always ask them to, like, okay, if you are still trying to find your comfort mechanic, it's probably good to start with 4 fingers straight up, and then you adjust from there. I tend to think that it is easier to start a little bit more difficult, and it's easier to scale down rather than from down to up. So you find your comfort spot somewhere in between. If you're comfortable with 4 fingers, then great. If you're not, then you can stick to 2 fingers and it still works for you, and you still Paraboy, then why not, right?
I think the teams that actually do have 4 fingers players playing probably need a new sponsor. The 4 finger sponsor. I'm sorry, that's so cringe, but yeah. Okay,
they're not sponsoring our show, but thank you so much for pointing that out.
Chicken's good, by the way. But speaking of chicken, Dinner here, who has got the first one, because right now it feels like whenever team coming up from Group B is playing, everything seems to be very tactical. Everybody is just tipping on their toes, making sure everything is like walking on thin ice. Nobody willing to make any mistake at all. I don't know if it's just because of Group B or just Group C versus Group A just love those gunfires and firepower, go crazy. It's just Group B is just very meticulous at this point.
Well, I guess we'll get to know a little bit more on that answer now that the circle shifted to stage 3, and circle is rather small right now inside of Sanhok. And we'll see if that theory is right now that some of the teams, a lot of the teams actually have been forced to move since the circle moved a little bit towards the northern side. But the one team who still do not need to move is going to be the Xavier, as they still have Paradise Resort within the circle.
Paradise Resort, we do know the Xaviers do love them that spot now, but at the same time, can they defend as long as they need to? Talent Linux, so we've seen Linux play before. He almost clutched the entire team since, I think it was yesterday, day number 1. But back to us like TODAK. Now, TODAK, we being surprised by Lynx. Lynx is the one that actually clutched almost the entirety of Talon in day number 1. Now, can they actually perform better now? Because we do know they have new coach coming in, and it's definitely a different gameplay, elevated gameplay, in fact, if you compare with last season.
Well, if you look at objectively, based on the points that they've collected, 28, it's not too bad. Considering, like, if you were to average out a lot of the other teams, it's not too bad. Although, of course, everyone wants that 40 plus, 50 plus, but hey, 20 plus is okay, and they can still collect points today. But speaking about collecting points, Roy collecting points out of the hands of MORPH.
And MORPH firing back as well, but Hazel have to retreat. Noah, on the other hand, burned off by the Blues, and there's no way Jiminy can actually save him. He's trying to. There's an attempt for him to actually save his mate, but the problem is they're quite in the Blue zone. Now, if they wasted their time to revive him, and they being gatekeeper at the same time, the entire team would jeopardize regarding their survivability here.
Yeah, this is where they need to be super duper careful. And plus, we still have like 14 teams. If any team were to go out at this stage, it's going to be 0 placement points. For MORPH, since they bumped into Roy managed to reset. MORPH, fortunately, lost Flippy very early on. They'll need to be the team that needs to be a bit more careful since they don't have the manpower.
Speaking of manpower, still a lot of teams having a full squad lurking around and navigating themselves into the center of circle. Well, we do have some engagement against EA versus D Xavier. Same goes for BTR versus TODAK. And Link's trying to shoot it from afar, but the problem is if Link's open fire, there's going to be another team just behind him, and this is a high-risk move.
Keep going, nade by Lapa. Send down to the lower ground. And then nade, no knock. But Lapa, he's done. He has to leave because he's super low right now. Looking at his utilities, he does not have any first aid together with him. He will be dependent on first aid from his other teammates to reset again. But BTR not in the circle yet, and they need to check the 6, especially with TODAK looking around.
Speaking of TODAK, they need to wrap things up quickly because we saw the fate of MORPH quite in the hands of the blue zone, and they don't want to share the same boat as MORPH is right now. XERXIA, Roy, and TODAK might actually have a three-way. What if the other team, which is going to be BTR, in fact, is still interested here as well? If they're crossing the road, might be spotted by XERXIA and TODAK at the same time. MORPH, on the other hand, they're having a tough time gatekeep by Roy.
Yeah, they were at it between each other for the longest time. At the same time, the Infinity is against Sem9 now. Players of Sem9 currently down. Same goes for the Infinity. Now we have visual on what's actually happening. Gotuni is on his knees together with Brian. Being picked up by Yuhai. And Tiger is picking out Gotuni. Logan buying time for his teammate. Toss the molly into the building, not allowing Sem9 to come out. And now, the rest of the Sem Tiger! Read that name.
But the other one, not so much though. Got Tony, got bombed by the side of Yuhai. Yuhai, the rest of Sem9, they're going more aggressive than yesterday. Seems like they worked things out, their differences yesterday. And having everybody move in unison here today. Sem9 finally coming back in the very last day of Week 1 League before tomorrow's last chance stage.
Beautiful team fight by Sem9. Everyone working in unison to win that fight. Now move over to BTR. BTR is just one player out of XERXIA. Satar and Cole managed to get into the circle. They are A-OK for now. Created a barricade and they do have this compound to hold on for now. But for these Xavier, this is a fight happening now in Paradise Resort. You come to Paradise Resort, you know you're gonna face these Xavier.
And the Xaviers have already prepared themselves right on top of the rooftop the moment they saw the circle just nearby Paradise Resort and hoping for a lot of teams passing by. Definitely fair than well. Lamborghini himself scored 3 eliminations on top of those rooftop, but they need to leave as well because the circle just shrinks even further and less than 15 seconds it will getting smaller. MORPH on the other hand, it's going to be the last player of MORPH. Hazel in trouble.
Oh yeah, and Hazel is good time to do. Not have any first aids and eliminated by a Roy. They have been gatekeeping MORPH for the longest time, like what you mentioned earlier on, but MORPH goes out with 4 elimination points.
Back to the center, BTR and KT and PA got the best position right now to gatekeep anybody else, but RNG and the rest of XERXIA have to face the wrath of BTR right in the center. FaZe Clan got themselves those warehouses. Roy, despite their just taking at the edge or just touching the rim of the circle, they do have those elevations that work. So if they can take out XERXIA, the next contender is going to be BTR. On the other hand, Alter Ego has been quiet for the past few stages.
Well, the moment you mentioned that, Rosemary got a knock and looks like they're actually their own. But our FaZe Clan is against D Xavier. But on screen we do have Roy, Noah, and scoped out RNJ. Almost revealed his leg. Be careful. But now FaZe Clan against D Xavier. Here we go.
Lamborghini, the only fragger in the team and the scores eliminations, will be taken out. If they not be careful, they need to revive him back up. But Purgeon have to go for a retreat. Talon Rat FaZe is out of there. And he just popped his head too much. Purgeon blue zone. At least he scores one. At least he scores another before he went down.
So that's 4 points for D Xavier this round. As we move over to Outer Ego. Now, only outside circle. There could be fights that they must take next, especially with the teams on the left and on the right. We do see Sem9 across them as well. Or FaZe Clan who just want to fight against D Xavier. Now they have Talon in their hands. And Mela, what a nade that is.
Mela Now, no more nades to actually save the day. That's going to be the last one nade that he tossed out just now. But the rest of FaZe Clan do have more troubles to be utilized. But TALON, they're slowly losing man, leaving only YOODO left to survive for the entirety of TALON, unless he can actually find a way to revive Lint. But Ventura is giving such pressure, and PA on the other end seems like a bit tough for the side of FaZe Clan here.
Go FaZe Clan, one of the players still on the outside, crawling into safety. And it's going to be circle time. A lot of these teams playing by the rim of the circle. MKT and 2 members of BTR in the circle. Now 7-9 against Alta.
Now U-High and the rest of 7-9 on fire here. Hopefully the fire was still sparkly and fiery for quite some times. Not any mistake, no room of error so far on the side of 7-9. But they're charging towards the side of Alva, who's actually just cooking up the nade. If you can actually toss it at the perfect time, it'll be one knock, but close enough. One more team down, but the rest of Alter Ego prepared to take the fight head on.
Oh, U-High spraying across. While Loyu is going to lead the charge. This time Loyu is going to play instead of that. And Loyu being shot, and Loyu eliminated by Alva. Alter Ego won the fight against 7-9.
And also BTR taking a bit of those points coming up from the 7-9 side. I mean, BTR and Alter Ego both smashing down towards 7-9 with no room to breathe at all. The moment we mentioned about them not having any error, there's going to be multiple flaws showcased just at the immediate time we mentioned that. But back towards the remaining top 5 team. PEA still stands at top 5. NKT with a full squad. BTR, they want to go for more, but nobody actually hitting the double digit yet.
Still on the outside the circle. Rosemary will be forced to move thanks to the blue. Rosemary now we need to face off against BTR. Zuxi down on his knees. Lapar super duper low, but Rosemary, he don't have a good vision of where exactly Lapar is at, and Lapar could heal up.
Here comes the nade. Rosemary aggressively pushing to the side of BTR, shutting down the entirety lineup with only Lapar at 1 HP left. There's no stopping the beast when he's been woken up. 4 eliminations out of 9. They want to go for the double digit, and they can for Alter Ego.
Now 1 more to go for them. Let's see who will be the next one. Circle move away from Alter Ego, but FaZe Clan eliminated at number 5 with 2 elimination points this time. Lapar still has Circle inside the shack all alone. He's gonna stay as quiet as possible.
I don't think he can be that quiet. Somebody actually struck him down, but on the side of NKT, shouting on another player. BTR down to 1, Alter Ego down to 1 as well. Alva, this is his time to shine, but for him to go against the entire roster 1v4 of NKT, this is going to be a tough run.
Wow, I think across the road is going to be difficult for Blaze, but lucky his other team is to provide cover for him. So now, we managed to get across. That's going to be mission number 1. Mission number 2 is to try to keep NKT in check.
Speaking of PA and NKT in check, lucky enough for the side of Alter Ego, Alva managed to survive a bit longer due to how Blaze giving the pressure from the off angle, but he bit more than he can chew. Getting on Blaze down on his knees. PA trying to do some damage control with one of the teammates down, but at the same time, NKT do have time to revive their mate as well. And Alter Ego, he's taking his own time, but never mind that. Measy still spot him out, and Alter Ego have to resort to settle at 9 elimination at 4th place.
Well, it's now BTR, PA, and NKT for the chicken dinner, and NKT has the most members still active at this moment. But now Kiddo with spray onto NKT. They were checking NKT on their 6 for the longest time. Each and every team taking their own corner, but nobody knows where Lapar is at.
He's trying to hide himself in the check for quite some time, but the circle, there's no more for them. Less than 5 seconds. Everybody have to move. I'm not sure which will be favored by the zone and which will be not so blessed by the zone. First will be shrinking into it, but NKT seems like they're having a tough spot. Lapar, he's taking action. Can he actually get the chicken? He might actually score this. It's doable, winnable, but at the same time, it's the entire team of PA, but not all full HP.
Well, 1v4, here we go. But PA, they do have a big advantage now with the blue, with the red, until Lapar. Lapar! Double Blaze down. 2 more to go for Lapar. Blaze, spray, but PA will not let this chicken dinner go.
We just had the interview. It feels like the interview buff really worked out great for PEA, scoring the first chicken of the third day in Week 1 PMSL Spring 2024. And Laporte, if we actually clutch that, that will be the biggest clutch in this season.
Yep, it could have been, it would have been if you did it. But the fact is that PEA will score their own first chicken dinner. And here are the stats from the previous round. So PEA themselves, they scored 6 eliminations. So that's going to be 16 points inside of for PEA. With Nizi coming in with the most damage of 406 and also the most eliminations of 3.
I personally feel like Blaze is deserving my MVP of how he find himself. Those off angles is not being spotted out by the rest of his teammate, finding those opening from afar, making it so difficult against Alter Ego. But Mizi finally get to shut down on Alva from the very long distance in the very last minute as well. If they didn't shut down onto the side of Alter Ego, it's quite difficult for PEA to go against BTR just now.
Yeah, and I would give my unsung hero to Trexie with his great scouting work, good game sense, and that brought them through into this final circle as well. But we gotta celebrate the MVP, which is Nizi, and look at the damage distribution: 24% headshot, 62% body shot, and leg shot 14%. And obviously, the entire team did not give away any points, so he has maximum survival time of 21 minutes 48 seconds.
They're just getting just better every single day for the side of PEA. Hopefully their growth will go upwards and no declining for the entirety of this tournament. But Mizi, about him, he actually is already in PEA, but last season he couldn't actually play due to the age restriction. And this is going to be the best partner for Kiddo. I asked Kiddo, what do you think of Mizi? He said he loved Mizi. They've always been playing together for quite a bit of time, but it's just finally for official tournament he can join in when he's actually already over age. But when it comes to the match recap, still have a lot of Indonesian teams that's still shining up there.
The best moments here thanks to PEA Chicken Dinner. Well, looks like based on that recap, you can see that PA did not have an easy time. A lot of teams went to their side and they had to defend a lot to claim this chicken dinner. So 16 points collected by PUBG Esports Academy. But other than that, the double-digit club, BTR 13 points, Alter Ego still going strong with 13 points, and we got MKT with 10 points. Out of all these teams, Alter Ego scored the most eliminations and 9 eliminations that they have collected. At least 4 of them was by Rosemary.
And also when it comes to elimination, no teams actually scored double-digit elimination, so the overall total points for each team right now did not exceed the usual standard bar. But at the same time, there's a lot of average of 6 and 5, probably 7 as well. But NKT, well, I say they're pretty much doing okay for now. I'll say you could definitely get more in this one single round if you compare it with Boom's performance yesterday first 3 maps. So I have a feeling they can easily just overtake Boom at number 1, but there are a lot of zeros down there as well, Cloud.
Yeah, VOIN Donkey, TODAK, as well as YOODO O2, 3 teams without any points. The Infinity and RRQ only took home 1 point this round, and no placement points for any teams on page number 2. So YOODO O2, again, is something they need to go back to the drawing board. They've been dropping into teams that contest their drop spot, or they contest other teams to the drop spot. And for the most part, they have not won their early fight. So it's something they really need to consider coming forward.
So many things to just fix the mistakes coming out from teams at the very bottom. But back to it, our overall rankings. There are teams that, if you guys want to know which teams is playing and which are not, it's going to be the 12 matches or less than that. The one that actually done 12 matches will not be playing today. They are from Group C. That's including Boom, Team Flash and VP when it comes to page number 1. But we're looking our eyes on to number 8 and below. Right now, PIGMY slowly being pushed down, as well as YOODO Alliance, because the rise of Group B and A right now slowly catching up to the scores, and that's going to be PA climbing up to the first page here at 11th place with a total points of 46.
Yeah, it is nervy for PIGMY and YOODO Alliance, but for Vampire Esports above, I think they're pretty okay with 80 plus points. But on page number 2, so GEEK Fam and Crit VIP is clearly not going to play directly into the Super Sunday. They will play the last chance qualifiers tomorrow. Other than that, all the other teams still have a chance today. But teams on the other end, like YOODO O2, like Roy, FaZe Clan, MORPH, TODAK, XERXIA, these teams within the range of 20 plus or even less than 20, they need to work hard with the final remaining 5 games.
Oh, the fact we have 2 times back-to-back comparison by PA Yena competing with BTR when it comes to the head-to-head. I say they pretty much are progressing quite great. Their growth is quite significant for today.
Oh yeah, I mean, even if we compare with the last season, this is of course a humongous growth. And even if you look at the stats, average elimination points do favor on BTR, but when it comes to average placement points, they are a little bit better than BTR. Throwables use fine BTR because they took more fights, and that is converted into the average elimination points. But when it comes to the top 4 rate, because they are better in terms of placement points, naturally they would gather more top standing, so that is a favor towards PEA.
Now, speaking of what happened just now, PEA starting off the day, opening our curtains of day number 3 in week 1. But next, we're heading into the most important map of them all, Wrangle once more. And we do know for a fact that Indonesian teams love this map so much. And this is where they start to go crazy. They go monster mode and beast mode is on to get those eliminations.
Yep. And the last time we saw day number 1, especially by having Group A in this, the Indonesian teams, they just went all the way ammo. And they scored 5 out of 6 chicken dinners in that day. So I don't know whether they can still continue on that momentum, but to some of them, like okay, you go, let's be frank, they don't really need the points anymore. They are pretty safe to qualify directly onto Super Sunday.
Well, I'm not worried about the teams that score over 80 points for now, but what's concerning is the team that actually shaky enough in between the 8th and 9th place. And BTR Red Aliens, are they safe as well? Will they join their comrades or the rest of the other teams coming up from the same region to actually join in? Because out of all the slots we do know, it's going to be 8 teams out of Indonesian teams. That would be very cool. Super Sunday to have all 8 Indonesian teams to just advance before even entering to last chance stage. But it's going to be a tough chance still because a lot of teams start to warm up here by today.
Yep, we can see that some of these teams who obviously all these teams would have played at least a day before this, and we can see like the rise of some of these teams who have warmed up to the day. like obviously PEA is one of them. They already played the day number 1. They had a good feel of how the lobby is, and you can see them doing very well this time. And I'll be looking forward to see teams like FaZe Clan, teams like the Infinity really stepping up the game as well, because I'm pretty sure the home fans will be looking forward to their performance.
I agree. And speaking of that, well, there will be some teams that will be surprising us so much here today when they have nothing else to lose. When they're being cornered, this is where we get to see under the best pressure, these guys sometimes just shine like a diamond. It's like a carbon that being found that when you're under a lot of pressure, that's where they become a diamond. And some teams are best at that. One of them is actually FaZe under a lot of pressure. And also when it comes to damage output, there's also the MVP of the week that we should consider about as well.
Oh yeah, that's something that we will be looking forward to as well. And I would presume that to be the MVP of the week, you need to be in the Super Sunday, because obviously then you will be able to have extra games to collect points and also add to your personal stats as well. And that's how we will also crown the MVP of the week. Now coming into the next game here. So far, if you look at like the circles inside of Erangos that we've gotten tough circles. Majority of it has been tough circles. We have gotten some nice kind circles, but a lot of it has been tough. So looking at the trend so far with circle of PMS and VC, so we need to extra prepare themselves for the next stage. And here we go. For the next stage, it is Erango.
Back into Erango we go. We're flying over from the northern side, which is going to be Zaki across Hospital, maybe up all the way on Yasnaya Poliana. And if the circle happen to be around SMB, that's going to be a tough one for these guys.
Oh yeah, so Novo military base will be kind of far as a direct drop, but of course they can be under the drop, so just like how Vampire Esports they set up themselves. In case Primos is too far for them, they will drop in Zaki. So for BTR, normally they drop in Milta, but looks like it's going to be a far drop for them. Hence, they know also that Vampire Esports is not playing, Zaki will be empty, and they switch their drop spot to the north side where Zaki is at.
Now speaking of Zaki, we seems to have more than one team interested around that area. That's going to be XERXIA and BTR. BTR might actually drop right on top of Zaki. XERXIA on there, then just resort just on the southern part or north Jogopol instead. So I don't think they will bump into each other anytime soon. Any clashes of those initial drops. So far we do have, we are looking at a lot of clustered couple of fires being opened by VOIN. They spotted out RRQ. I don't know what is happening from the RRQ side. A lot of teams seems to be taking them as a target, and the circle pops. If the circle just goes all the way down to Therapy, now that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, pulls all the way down where at least at the start nobody is there. But I'll be curious to know as well. I think that Sem9 is going to go to Therapy since GEEK is not playing, and so happen the circle is there. They just grab their vehicles and they seem to be heading to that direction from Gatka. So it should be a clear, straight up a rotation for them in there. Loot and decide where to go from there. Coming from Therapy, there are a lot of there's a lot of access to the high grounds just on top of Therapy, and that could be the next destination for Sem9.
Now, speaking of the other team, now Xaviers, when it comes to day number 1, the Xaviers weren't playing, so we do see a couple of teams try to compete in Pachinki. The moment the Xaviers play, nobody wants to compete against them. Now, that's surprising, because I always love a bit of a Pachinki fight here and there.
Yeah, and if I were to add to that point, the two teams that challenged Pachinki was Vampire Esports and also Crit VIP. Two of them happened to be not playing today. So I guess that adding on to the fact that whenever the Xavier is playing, and naturally they do take Pachinki, it adds on to no one at all is going to touch Pachinki as a start.
Alright, but they've been holding Pachinki like how many years? I think 2 years by now. Is it 2 years by now?
You asked me a trivia question, and to the best of my memory, to answer that question, I would say yes.
2 years. So if it's 2 years, do you want to compete against the X? I mean, they definitely kind of know every nook and cranny, every dust, every pixel that is on top of Pachinki. If you always drop Pachinki, then there's nothing else that you don't know about Pachinki. So maybe, but they can have a shot at that. I do want to see different teams taking over Pachinki for once, because it might be just a bit more fascinating to have a bit of a ripple since the start. But Roy, on the other hand, when I think we had an interview yesterday by Team Flash, they're looking forward for Roy's performance. Now, what do you think of Roy personally?
To me, Roy, if I'll be really frank, okay, so last season, they didn't really show up. So even if we look at the current season, they are not really showing up as well. And did they really do much to try to fix things? Actually, yes. During the transfer window, they had a couple of transfers into the team. And it was announced like towards the end of the transfer window, or just right after the transfer window, somewhere around that. But they could have probably made the preparations before. But the whole point is that with those transfers, it's like a make or break, right? Sometimes it's great when you see them like doing scrims and they say that, okay, this player is great. But when it comes to the actual situation, the ball game changes because of the pressure, because of how other teams take things seriously. And looking at what Roy is currently, or how Roy is currently performing, they have not got the best of what they thought they would get with the transfers.
I have to agree on that, definitely, because Germany just being not quite far from Infinity, but Infinity took them quite a bit, a long time. I'm surprised they would pick up Germany in an instant, knowing the fact that Infinity is quite far from their last tap towards those knockdowns. But Germany will actually bleed out, and nobody can actually save it on time. Noah just next to Germany will be put on retreat from reaching out to his friend. Infinity got himself a 1 score, and we do know, like you mentioned, the transfer happened. It's gonna be Germany and Noah that being transferred in, but the thing is, they don't have any sub clown. If the players need to take a break, they can't, unless the coach Louis himself want to play for them.
Yeah, and if Louis were to play, I mean, he is capable. He was a former player himself, so if they are really desperate for it, right, then he could probably do it. And of course, when it comes to desperation, maybe it's not because of performance. Maybe it's also because of like, because it's a month-long tournament, right? Maybe some of the teams are not, or the players not feeling well, or they have some of the issues that could not be resolved. Then at least Lewis can be a good substitution, I must say, with the experience that he has had.
I personally feel like it's a must these days for all the teams to have a sub, just to have a bit of a refreshing turn in case the players do have mental blocks sometimes, because we've seen that before. And when the players, one of the players do have mental block, all the other four and all the other 3 members will share the same fate, and things will be put on hold. Everything went cold. It wasn't a great scenario to see. But speaking of the scenario we're looking forward, it's gonna be Mela finally in action here.
So looks like a couple of warning shots, and that's probably going to be about it. And I guess that is also attributed to the fact that FaZe Clan, they are aware that they have not been performing that well. So taking early fights might not be in their plan for now, since they still have 4 more games to go, so anything can still happen. They may play this tactically until when it comes to like maybe the last 1-2 games, and they're still at the amount of points that they're not satisfied with, but they can still get into the top 8. Then maybe we might see a more aggressive FaZe Clan to try to push it through.
But now we're jumping into a side of BTR. Lapar, I mean, Satar yesterday was incredible, by the way. I don't know if they're gonna just bring the momentum again here for today. But we're back to FaZe Clan. You mentioned about them just now. It's not done for them just yet. We haven't seen the best of Mormon. But right now we can see him running away from the bullets. That's being sprayed onto him by Rep FaZe. TALON being so aggressive.
Oh, but look at the elimination feed. D Xavier getting into action with the VOIN donkey somewhere else. And now we have visual onto D Xavier. And they are obviously on the outside of position. But his knock has been stolen away by RRQ.
It must be devastating for the side of Origin. He did all the work, somebody else stole it away from him, right under his nose as well. My god, these guys never ever leave the opportunities to the others. But Infinity now back to the side of VOIN. There's also MORPH. This might be a 3-way war coming out, so make it 4. FaZe Clan is saying hi as well.
how desperate are they to take over this compound? Stage 1, everybody's in the circle. I would expect just warning shots at most until, if this is like stage 4 or 5, then maybe we'll start to see desperate crashes. But for now, I guess everyone's pretty happy with their current position.
Speaking of positioning, VOIN, they want to defend this one, but the circle shifted away. I'm surprised nobody actually taking Gutka Mountains. If the Gutka Mountains actually will be the last few circles, it's going to be a big one for them to farm up eliminations, and YOODO OT is heading themselves towards those mountains. XERXIA RNJ a bit too late. He's just touching at the foot of the mountain. It's going to be interesting if both teams just don't want to share this spot. RRQ and also TALON, everyone is moving in the same direction. There's going to be a big clash coming up soon.
Oh yeah, I personally do like the Gaika Mountain with the circle as well. Now it's a race to see who gets the Gaika Mountain first. Now, a lot of teams also traveling, and we can see them cutting across each other with the Infinity passing by FaZe Clan, but they're not going to stop in the open, so it's not going to be worth it for them to put themselves in a disadvantaged position, especially not only to FaZe Clan but also to the other teams who are around.
Infinity being shot from far by XERXIA. Quite bold and brazen even from side of XERXIA to have to open fire after being exposed in an open space. And not just that, they're jeopardizing the entirety of team safety with another team just pulled over, hearing those shots coming out from XERXIA, trying to take an advantage from their backside, but RNJ making sure he's giving full support to make sure that from the backside nobody can backstab them from that point. Infinity and BTR, there's a bit of a skirmish here. Will it just warning shot, or will they gonna go for it?
BTR inside a hospital, and it looks like the Infinity, they're just gathering information, and they now know that there's a full squad there, so it looks like they're gonna be happy with their current compound. Plus they're in the circle, so nothing much to complain for if for the side of the Infinity.
Infinity kind of stack up in one particular apartment. The Xaviers, 2 indoors, 2 outdoors. Lambo and Porigin just trying to mark up their perimeters, while MORPH across the other side of the hill. Everything seems to be very peaceful and calm right now. It's all about timing when the circle shrinks at stage number 3, less than 50 seconds away. Lamborghini a bit uneasy, trying to find everybody passing by, but nobody's willing to even take a peek outside.
Yeah, I mean 16 teams left. Well, they probably don't know it's 16 teams, but they do know it's 62 players. So the teams obviously will do the math and will tell themselves that, hey, it is 16 teams, obviously. If it's not about 16 teams, it's also about, if you go out now, there's no placement points at all. So nobody's willing to take that risk. And the risk is still unnecessary since the space is still huge. And with this circle entirely on land, I think that, that is where they will start to think to themselves that, hey, we still have the space, so we're not that desperate to try to take over a certain space or a compound for now. But this kind of circle may force some teams to take fights, especially from the right side coming in.
Now, YOODO too, that's quite an advantage for them to have such a vintage view from above. Those elevations were put up at work. But the thing is, can they see anybody pass by? RNG, the rest of XERXIA, they are quite split out apart from the rest of the roster, and they're just spreading across just at the foot of the mountain just now. The moment they saw that they're a bit too late to be on top of Gatka Mountain, they just cutting across and just having to capitalize over the foot of the mountains of Gatka. But VOIN, on the other hand, Gatka field seems to be a bit concentrated right now.
Oh yeah, Gatka. A lot of open space and some hill areas. And looking at Zero, he's trying to go up the hill, but one of his tires punctured in the open. Boo will tap it away with a mini 14. And he will take home that point for VOIN Donkeys.
Boo-boo-hoo. One of the best transfers to a side of VOIN, honestly, from my perspective here. Trying to work out things with Zeta, if they can actually play as a duo, but Zeta being eliminated quite early. I want to see how Boo-boo-hoo without Yoru this time, because they're always a duo for Boo-boo-hoo and Yoru back in the days of MORPH. And on the side of MORPH, they didn't work out so well, but they still have a triple or the trio to work things out. Alter Ego on the other end, they are on the move. They just passed by one player of a different team. The just spot him out. PEA, the lost chicken dinner team, can they maintain consistency? Because there's always the curse of you getting the chicken this round, the next one you might end it up with a 0. That's the curse of last season.
Yeah, and at this point, because we are 16 teams, so that risk is still there for Pahang Esports Academy. But for TODAK, well, the previous round was a tough round for them. They'll be looking to recover this time, and they're going to take the fight against MORPH.
Speaking of MORPH, Hazel down to only 2 players here. MORPH, they are taking apart by the other team since the last map down to this one. If they're being eliminated, they'll be the first one to be ousted at 16 players. They will leave this map with nothing. They don't have any elimination points yet, and they're cutting across, and KTM Sam9. Nowhere is vacant for them. Everywhere is occupied if you want to transfer yourself to a different compound.
Well, and unfortunately they have 2 players in a single vehicle. That's going to be a straightforward spray by FaZe Clan. Victorious forced 2 of them to abandon ship, and now they're caught out pretty much in the open. Created a barricade with their vehicle, also a smoke cover for now, but how long is this going to last them? As if any team were to come by behind, especially MORPH, could be in trouble.
Mela cooking up the nade, dropping it right amongst the smoke where the circle will shrink, and FaZe Clan, VOIN, TALON and MORPH do actually got the circle. These Xaviers get the best entry in, but the one coming up from the left side, and KT is there to gatekeep. Same goes for XERXIA. MORPH right now, they only have the covers from the hills. They're quite in the open space here, but they do have some barricade with their blown up UAZ, but the problem is they are running out of smoke.
And well, the good news is that they are still in the circle. So all they need to do is just to try to hold on as long as possible, check their backs, especially in that open spot. But FaZe Clan, though they're in front, they know exactly where MORPH is at. Now, looking at LRT communities, it does not have any nades. The same goes for Onsens. If they do have, they'll definitely rain it onto MORPH. But also looking at the elimination fee, looks like the Infinity falling to Roy.
Next we do have IQOO YOODO. Now they were the first one to be eliminated in the last round. They cannot afford to get down or just being taken out early again this time. FaZe Clan spotted out MORPH, who's being sandwiched in between 2 teams just now, whilst TODAK managed to place himself nearby Alter Ego. Now this is going to be interesting. Are they ready for this season, TODAK, to fight themselves against the previous season's champion?
Oh, Mela! Goes for the combat all alone, takes the fight with the DBS, left, right, and he got a knock. But then again, Mela is back on. Okay, Mela will be eliminated. Now Onsens will follow up. Onsens comes in with no DBS, putting pressure back on the MORPH. He wins the fight, but he loses Mela in the process.
I was surprised at Mela doing that by himself. I was expecting it was going to be a 2v2 for Onsens to follow up with Mela. A bit late, but at least they trust the process, still scores, but at the expense of Mela, like how you mentioned. But Rosemary, what a great reflex coming in. TODAK, they are definitely not ready yet. Even though they lost Alva for the side of Alter Ego, they still can revive the rest. But here comes Sam9. The opportunist is here to clean the job away.
Rosemary and his mechanics, he healed, he spin, he landed, he shoots, everything in sequence. My goodness, Rosemary is just a different level of a player here. But now his challenge is to go up onto this hilltop and face up against Sam9.
I think he's not just playing with his fingers for Rosemary, he's probably going to play with his toes as well. Just how fast this guy can get. But back to a side of YOODO 2. Like I mentioned, they cannot afford to eliminate themselves early, so they have to make sure they survive a bit more longer. But Fredo's bleeding out. Jumper is on the ground as well. What has left for the side of YOODO 2 is just going to be the 2 rookie players. They just recruited this season as well. They have to rely on their juniors. For the seniors, RB is still there. Fredo, Kid, Jumper bleeding out. Everything left in the hands of RB against the entire crew of XERXIA.
Yeah, down to RB right now. Playing for YOODO 2, but not only XERXIA, BTR is around the corner as well. Fredo will be finished off by Urzi. Kid taken out by RNJ, and RB eliminated. Now YOODO 2 taken out at number 12 without any point again this round. 0 points for them. BTR now on the
Same goes for the side of Sam 9, stealing XERXIA away from afar, aiding BTR in this process. And BTR and Sam 9 both getting a win-win. Well, the one that's fighting against each other, which was XERXIA and YOODO 2, both getting nothing and not benefit them in any way. But back to the circle, it shrinks even further. Now VOIN in the center, nobody coming up from the southern side. These Xaviers, look at how far they split themselves at the very south of circle.
Wow, I mean, it's a yo-yo circle, ladies and gentlemen. It went up north and now it goes down south again. Let's see who will be able to get into the circle. There's a good amount of teams still on the outside. And BTR, one of the players currently knocked down. Sam 9, looks like they'll be interested to take a fight against NKT.
And KT open fire first, Triple F getting it faster down the side of Low U. There's going to be one player down for Sam 9, finish off in an instant by the side of the KT. A clean execution at that. FaZe Clan spot out Satar, yesterday's best play for BTR. Finally bowing out and on his knees. It might be finished off here, but NKT, they're fighting against Infinity. What a cluster messed up fight we're looking at right now.
Oh, nades and on the other side by Sam 9 onto NKT. Triple F will fire back. Triple F against UI. UI with the fire, but the God will follow up on the Brian. Brian knocked down right now. The God super below. He does not have the first aid. He needs to recover. I wonder if Triple F has anything to offer. And yes, he does. But only a couple of bandages.
Well, I guess Triple F just going to sacrifice himself away for the side of GOAT so he can actually revive himself and give himself a bit of a reset. Well, Kenny has on the other hand, Sam 9 managed to reset himself, leaving down to 2 players. FaZe Clan, they're out in the open. Here comes Snape, and he didn't even split the peck or just sprayed over. But TALON Yoru!
And FaZe Clan eliminated number 9, 3 elimination points. NKT, the God, managed to heal up himself. But Spider-Man is down and looks like he'll be left out to dry. No time to pick him up. Triple F revived, and he does have a first aid, so he'll recover back to 80% of health. Now NKT with 2 players left, and he needs to find their way through into the circle, but Nadeni stopped him from coming in. And he should be able to get this knockdown, and Triple F now down on his knees and eliminated.
And KT, they were pressured by the Blues, and there's nowhere to run, no hide, no cover, or whatever terrain there is quite flat where they were standing. In the eyes of these Xaviers, it was a pretty easy elimination from that long distance. But PA, they are reviving themselves, but cancel it out. Can see Asar is fighting over his side. RRQ, they are ambushing PA with the binds on Measy. Can he actually clutch this with his team bleeding out? Only Blaze remaining for him to pick up, but Measy is just too much of a risk, and this is a perfect view for Asar.
Yeah, Asar looking for RRQ's 10th elimination by sending this name down on Easy. They sent across, but nothing onto Easy at all. Now Asar is good to shot. Easy, last stick of help. Asar gets to the ladder. 1 bullet, but Asar fired back by Bobo Ho. But Measy still eliminated by Snape all across downtown.
Oh my god, the split coming up from the side of RRQ, that was genius, but VOIN just making it so difficult for RRQ as well, leaving RRQ down to 2 players, quite far apart, almost 200 meters amongst Snape and also his teammate. But for the side of TALON, they got car open field, only Haystack to take covers. Lynx and the rest of TALON just gonna pop their smokes away, hoping nobody try to ambush them, but the nade from Nade himself, these Xaviers dropping a big one.
With that, the Linux now down on his knees, and Xavier will try to take advantage of it. And there was that go for it. A Lamborghini shooting the pressure onto the other side, but Linux finished off. Yoru fires back, and he gets barraged in the process.
Here comes another nade, perfect timing as well. Yoru, there was a perfect angle by the side of these Xaviers. These Xaviers is back from the dead, and they were going crazy. 6 eliminations by Nade, 10 eliminations in total for these Xaviers. They are unstoppable. Same goes for the side of RRQ.
10 double digit for 2 teams in this round, and Xavier, they can still recover back as a trio. Now we're at stage 6, but we only have 5 teams left. This round is explosive, but it has been rather quiet for VOIN Donkeys. Understandably, because they do have the middle circle with this compound. It's up to the other teams to try to challenge them.
Maxius, his AUG is running out of bullet. Only have a couple of throwables, 2 hand grenades, and 6 smokes. That is. If he needs to exit out, the smokes will be very handy indeed. But RRQ, they got themselves the 2 buggies. They can rush in, but the problem is they don't know exactly which houses the rest of VOIN members actually staying at. These Avies is quite far from these 2 teams, so they can take their own sweet time to recuperate themselves. While TALON do have that one last player. We are at the top 5, but none of these teams are having a full squad.
Yeah, everyone's in a handicap right now. But for VOIN Donkeys and DZ, they have the most members. 3 team members to be exact. Snape shot at as he makes that rotation in the circle. The moment he arrived behind that tree, he gets taken out by Maxius.
What a sharp spray from Maxius. It's actually not clearly visible from this distance, but still managed to spray with such a crispy precision from the side of VOIN. They try to scout anybody who's trying to run towards their angle, and Sam9 last member Yuhai can actually do this as well. We do have solo players RRQ and Sam9 as well as TALON there is. These Avies do have the better numbers against this VOIN, but the thing is they don't have those covers. It's down to the next circle. If the circle just moves away from VOIN, now that's going to be tough for them to get out from that compound.
Well, good news for the fans of Sam9. They were very critical of Sam9's performance yesterday. And now with Yuhai still alive, he is still continuing to collect placement points. Straightforward tap by Bubuhu to collect that point, but Red Face taken out by Lamborghini as well. And we do have TALON eliminated at number 5.
It's going to be a very fast ending here, definitely, because the circle at the moment, it just shrinks. We get to see the solo players having a tough time. But these Avies and VOIN, high percentage of getting this chicken in is going to be 3v3. With these Avies playing in an open field on the outside, where VOIN is clustered in from the inside at 47% of chicken dinner between these 2 teams. But it might surprise us if the solo player can clutch it in the very last minute.
Wow, VOIN Donkeys got the circle with the compound. It is now their game to lose, pretty much. But of course, we see 7, 8, and obviously 9. But for now, they're looking pretty nice. Now, No Mercy. You're on the outside of the circle, crawling. He doesn't have any vehicles. Even though he has a vehicle, it's going to be hard to cut across the VOIN Donkeys. Boo-hoo! Post one almost down, but they gave away No Mercy's position.
Yeah, it was perfect angle and direction. We actually pointed out his crosshair just now, but he didn't open fire because he couldn't spot out No Mercy. But the problem with No Mercy, the Blues will clip him down first. The moment he advanced forward, I think they know exactly where he's at from the side of the point. The Blues know exactly the direction. Spot out Yuhai and that buggy, but on the side of No Mercy, the first aid won't be that helpful anymore. He only have 2 left and he cannot stop pressing the first aid. He can't even scope anybody out. So RRQ will have to say goodbye for now. Next is going to be Sam9. How much longer Yuhai can stay alive?
Well, the good news for Yuhai is that he somehow slide his way into the circle so he can still hold on for the stage of the tournament. But for No Mercy, that's confirmation out at number 4. But RRQ collected 10 eliminations. That is a whooping number. Now for D Xavier. How are they going to cut across here? They have to take over the fortress held down by VOIN Donkeys.
11 eliminations by these Avies. They don't need a chicken, probably. They already got themselves chicken in the elimination. That's going to be 2 down of knocks of these Avies as VOIN got himself scored a 3. They want to get more. And they spotted out Nate. That's going to be the last member of these Avies. The circle on the side, they got the compound. This is going to be the most solid position for VOIN. Spotted out Yuhai. Another one in the back. They might secure it. That chicken dinner here. If this can score another elimination. And VOIN, they will finish this chicken dinner because Nate don't have that much Nate anymore. And that's gonna be it. The chicken is theirs to take.
Well, we did talk about the potential comeback of the Indonesians in the chicken dinner chart. And they were started off back with VOIN Donkeys. Chicken dinner in game number 2 and game number 3.
Oh, we are back with the domination of the Indonesian teams. Can they keep it going? Will they surprise us more? VOIN definitely happy with this. Where will they stand when it comes to the overall rankings later on? Because they are already in the top 8. All they need to do is just maintain their points accumulation and keep on getting more to be at the top 8 for Super Sunday.
Well, let's check out some of the stats here, ladies and gentlemen. So, the total eliminations collected by VOIN and Donkeys in this round is 7 eliminations, so that's 17 points collected by them. As for the hot player that contributed the most, it's going to be Razak with a damage amount of thing to 557 and 3 eliminations. Other than that, Maxius did not receive a single damage at all.
This being very sneaky, and we saw him. I think his bullets running low, so that's pretty good for him to actually survive long enough with his very low ammunition and without receiving any damage. While Razak, he's been performing since yesterday. We do know this for 100% because his name kept popping up on the kill feed yesterday.
Oh yeah, yesterday he was doing really well, and he's bringing on the performance to the day so far. With obviously the most eliminations for his team, 45 damage received, 557 damage dished out, and they only gave away 1 point to another team. Now, looking at the other teams, other than VOIN Donkeys, the Xavier is up here as well, together with RRQ, who also scored 10 elimination points. Same goes with the Xavier, and Sam9 with Yuhai being the last member collected placement points for them.
Yeah, there's no Thai teams in this one, despite we saw a lot of Infinity engaging. But before we get into more in-depth and the scores, let's see a bit and relive the moment of the chicken dinners by VOIN.
Well, here it is, the numbers. VOIN Donkeys collected the same amount of points as the Xavier, 17 points, but obviously they have the chicken dinner, so they are above the Xavier in terms of tiebreaker for this match. The other team, RRQ, also collected 10 elimination points, so that is 14 points collected this round, and Sam9, 8 points this time, doing better than their previous.
I agree, and also it feels like they're building up momentum for the side of Sam9 compared to yesterday. Today definitely have a bit of a hope and a bit of a light by the end of the tunnel. But BTR and TALON, despite they being eliminated quite early, but BTR still scores a bit more eliminations, while TALON do play a bit more about the positioning. For the Thais, on the other hand, things has not been doing so great for them, except for day one where Infinity scored those chicken. Then we don't see so much regarding the Thai region teams anymore.
Yeah, well, the Thai teams looks like FaZe Clan and the Infinity, they're on page 2 with 3 points collected. And for YOODO 2, the only team to not collect any points at all this round. So it's already 2 rounds without points at all for YOODO 2. And they only have remaining 3 rounds to go. It's going to be real tough for them to go up to the top 8 unless they come up with something big for the remaining 3 rounds. If not, it's all about collecting as many points as possible to prepare themselves for the last chance qualifiers.
Now, speaking of the last chance qualifiers or even the last chance stage for the Super Sunday here, we're looking eyes onto the 8th and 9th placement. Now, on the side of VOIN, they definitely push up all the way to a 6th place. All they need to do gain more, around 10 points or 15 points. I think that's pretty much comfortable for them to be in the top 8. But the one at the top 8, they are quite a bit shaky. These Xaviers pushing up to the 9th place. YOODO Alliance, since they're not playing here today, they might actually lose the spot towards the Super Sunday.
Oh, yes. YOODO Alliance now only 2 points ahead of the Xavier. And look at how the Xavier has been performing. That could happen. But on page 2, so Chris VIP and GEEK obviously completed their circuit, so we're definitely going to see them against tomorrow. But for YOODO O2, 16 points. Even for them to cut across Roy, they are having a difference of 10 points, and it's going to be very, very hard for them to even be in the top 8 for sure now.
That's going to be 0 points that have been gained by the side of YOODO O2 for today. They have been eliminated 15 and 16th place for the 2 maps early on of today, and across all 8 maps, the average points per map is just going to be 2 points for now. Now that's not going to be enough. But when it comes to the comparison between these two teams, I love this comparison. VOIN and the Xaviers, both are on the... VOIN has been already on the rise, but the Xaviers, today is their waking up day. When it comes to the top 4 rate, they are pretty much the same.
Yeah, one of those teams that they got a good feel playing the first day yesterday, and now they are showing that they are bringing that momentum onto day number 2. Average elimination points to favor onto VOIN Donkeys as well as average placement points, but it's okay. The fact that Xavier, they are doing well on their own.
But speaking of next, can the Xaviers finally score themselves those chickens, because we're going to head into another wrangle before our slightly long break of the day. Then we're going to finish off another last wrangle and wrap the day with double Mirama. Now, so far, different flags waving, but for the past few days, I mean, like for these 3 days, the flag that always been waving, it's going to be the Indonesian team so far, even though we do have different teams winning over the chicken dinner.
Yep, and so far, so good for the teams that we saw getting the chicken dinner. PEA as well as VOIN Donkey, and if PEA can continue on this performance as well, the second round was okay for them too. Well, they might just slide into the top 8, who knows, even though if they don't slide into the top 8, but if they put themselves nicely high up there in terms of points collected from the first 2 days, they would have a very, very good start onto the last chance, and that might give them a good hope to be in the Super Sunday.
I agree, it's very doable for them with this consistency. I mean, like, if they didn't get any eliminations, they try to play for those positions instead, and especially when things are a bit challenging for them when it comes to getting those spots. They're a bit later when it comes to getting those circle. They try to make sure they got it safe in every single compound, not being spotted out by the other teams. But even so, they're being spotted out. They have to make sure they already make sure they got enough smokes to just sustain themselves a bit much longer to find an exit route out, which is pretty smart coming from EA. Tremendous progress compared to last season. But the one that without any progress, sadly, I have to say it out loud right now, it's going to be YOODO O2. Despite they putting in Fredo to play, things has not changed so much right now. What is the biggest issue?
Well, if we look at, there are 2 different issues, right? Like the first game is because of the clash of drop spot in Sahmi, and they failed that again. And in the previous round, it was more of them not able to take fights, and they fought against XERXIA. BTR happened to be in the corner as well, but yeah, they weren't able to take like a frontal fight against another team. So that was the cause of their loss for the first 2 rounds. So in essence, if I were to find a correlation between the 2, it is because of as simple as taking fights. We need to find a way to improve on perhaps positioning, mechanics, and just go down back to the basics, I guess.
I agree, because it feels like when it comes to CQC and ambush, things are a bit chaotic, a bit panicky on the side of YOODO O2. It feels like, I mean, they are veterans, but they haven't been playing together for quite some time. And Fredo is one of the best supports back in his own days when he was in Team Secret. And we're waiting for that Fredo to come back, but it seems like he still struggles to adapt himself in this season. But back towards the teams that's performing quite well. I mean, like, when it comes to VOIN Donkey, they definitely just got himself a big one just now. We're talking about Razak too many times. His name's across this board every single time. And Nate from the Xaviers just now, that was an incredible golden Nate by him too during his war around the Gupka field.
Yes, and that's how they collected 11 eliminations in the previous round. But we're done with the first round. We're going to jump into the second one. Let's go.
Back in this map, it's going to be a very decent flight path. I have to say, generous one at that. Equally dividing the map into two sides. Not just that, everybody can drop wherever they fancy within the distance, because SMB is within reach. Up to even civilian shooting range, you can actually reach out to that. But if you want to go Zaki, you definitely have to find some vehicles. But it's always about the bigger question. The circle, if it's around SMB, we've seen that happen once. And that was day 1 or day 2 again.
And that was within day 1, I believe. Yeah. So, but of course, those points are locked in. Now we're going to focus on to day 2, and we're going to come into this stage whereby the flight path is going to be a little bit more different than the previous. Teams who would like to drop on the south side can access it quicker. Expect BTR to go back onto Milta. 7-9 is going to go straight into Perry Pier because Geek Time isn't playing, and the Infinity is going to take Primos because Vampire Esports is not there. Now, will there be any team to take a mid to the base? And also Novo seems Team Secret is also not playing this time. Looks like the answer is probably not going to be the case, and they're going to focus on the main peninsula. And true enough, that is the hovering around that the teams are doing right now, and the circle is in the middle.
I wouldn't bet the middle too much with this sort of circle. We've seen this before, Cloud. It might shift all the way down south. And it was quite a challenging one when that happened. I think that was the day 1 as well. I think the one that we got SMB was literally yesterday when you asked for it, we got it. But, and back towards this sort of circle, Pochinki might be a hot spot. We've seen Pochinki on Thursday. It was the northern side of Pochinki where we had those last few circles. If that happens again, this is going to be a big opportunity for the Xaviers to finally secure that chicken dinner when they almost got it in the last one.
Yep, almost got it, but they still got a lot of points. And I guess if that still brings them to the Super Sunday directly, that is job done. But yep, like what you said, the Xavier definitely has a advantage with the circle. Earlier on, it was like somewhere towards the left side where Gakkai said they still need to leave Pochinki. But since with this circle is pretty much centered around Pochinki, I guess they will play the same strat just like in Sanhao. They don't really need to leave their initial drop spot.
Speaking of not leaving, a lot of team right in the center of a circle as well. So I assume there's not going to be a lot of fights till probably stage number 3. The first few fights in stage number 1 maybe due to some scouts being discovered by the other teams that they're dropping nearby. Score on RQ has been a lot of seasons they're taking this area. If they got score as a last few circle, then it's going to be a big advantage for them as well, because we've seen RQ aside the rest of them. When it comes to school, they know how to play those high grounds. But RQ last round was quite aggressive as well from them. I did not expect them to be that aggressive in week 1. Usually they happen to do that in probably week 2 or 3.
Maybe they are one of the teams that warmed up from day 1, and now they are trying to carry that momentum onto their second playing day. And they are also not too far away from punching into the top 8. So probably that's behind their mind as well. It's like, okay, since we're not too far away, let's try to break into the top 8 by getting as many eliminations as possible. Of course, the trade-off is that there is a risk of being eliminated early. But to me, it's to each and everyone's strategy. If they feel that they have the firepower, they're feeling like it, they can of course go for it, depending on how they are doing in the overall chart.
The overall chart we mentioned just now, 8 places actually YOODO lines. We're looking at 7th at BTR there. The Xaviers, I think that's going to be easily them taking over at 8th place anytime soon. PEA is chasing up, but they are actually a tie. at tie with Infinity, and RQ is just closely behind with their bombastic run as well in the last one. But PEA, they got quite a consistency if they keep this going. But the thing is, they cannot make any room of error at all. That's the biggest catch here. They cannot afford to make mistake. I have a feeling TALON can easily just catch themselves in the top 3 by the end of today, possibly, because the gap is quite close. But the teams are actually at the very bottom. Where do you think the number that feels how much would be impossible for them to, or which ranking would be impossible for them to get straight into the Super Sunday here?
Well, if I were to take your benchmark of like 70 or 80, then I guess the answer would be the impossibility with 4 more rounds, including this one. Let's say if like we take an average of like 20, like that max, like that's like you try to stretch and you max out, then 30 below is probably going to be tough at this moment.
That's going to be putting XERXIA and TODAK in the same boat as well. So NKT, I agree. For me, usually how I do the division to mark the doable halfway through, if they got around the 80 points, it's going to be the barely safe zone, right? Half of it is going to be 40. So NKT still have a shot at it. Nobody else is below like a nearby 40-ish, nearby NKT here. But I feel like XERXIA still have a shot, but they have to get that double-digit eliminations plus a chicken dinner. We've seen that happen before, and the highest eliminations by far, it's gonna be 16. If they can get around 19 eliminations, or even 20, and plus a chicken dinner, that's doable for XERXIA.
Yeah, I mean, there's it depends on what angle you want to look at, right? You want to look at the logical angle, or you want to look at the realistic angle. So if you look at the logical angle, then yeah, based on mathematics, we normally see about an average 20 points collected if they do really, really well, and 60 points can be collected from like the remaining rounds, where it's up to 80 points, and that opens up a lot. But if you look at like realistically, well, that I would say that yeah, it should be around there. NKT could still punch through as well, because some good rounds too, but they really need to put in this great performance coming into like this round onwards.
True to that. I totally agree. But speaking of fights, RRQ, they want to solidify this standard. They've got actually more points than what the teams that we mentioned before, NKT and XERXIA. And Infinity is still quiet, but RRQ, the one just below Infinity, start to open fire against VOIN, who happen to be in the 6th place. VOIN would need around 15 more points to just make sure they are in the Super Sunday, but at this point, Razak, one of the star and key players in this season for VOIN Donkey, being eliminated quite early, but we still have Boo Boo Hoo. We're going to have to wait and see will VOIN react to this, and I have a feeling they will part ways. They cannot even spot out the rest of RRQ from this distance.
Yeah, if they choose to drive straight to RRQ, then they would put themselves in an open position. RRQ can shoot them while they drive towards them, so definitely they're going to let this go for now. And the fact that the Boom Esports has stopped playing, Rostock is open, so we can see that the TALON, they took over this spot first. Now, VOIN, instead they become the visitors inside of Rostock this time. With 3 players, they're definitely not going to flush out TALON for now.
Seems like the Indonesian teams both having the same sort of mindset. Boom not there. Both of them, both teams have the same sort of idea, want to go and get those compound network. Seems like they're having a bit of truce. Seems a bit quiet on top of Rostock right now, but the circle will shift once more in less than 45 seconds, and XERXIA and the rest of the teams. Now we see sort of a trend. Previously, we see whenever the clock's ticking at 30 seconds and less, that's where everybody starts to move. But now it's a bit earlier because everybody wants to play with their circle instead of playing at the edge of it. So around 40 seconds on the clock, everybody start moving. But on the side of TALON, the moment we said it's quiet, Red FaZe is down on the side of TALON. And that's going to be one of the key players, the most aggressive one, and that being knocked down to his knees.
And I'm looking at the elimination feed as well. Roy will lose one player, and Maxis will secure a point out of Red FaZe. One of the key players for TALON, and it's just too bad they lost him fairly early. Now with stage 2, the circle moved away from Rozok and a little bit more pressure for Talon since two of the players are on the outside.
And KT and Roy. Now, Roy do have a lot of potential, but just sometimes they're putting too much into one particular flush that make it so painful to watch. They didn't get anything out of all the effort they've been putting in. And KT Spider, on the other hand, will have a bit of an exchange of bullet and a bit of creating done, but TODAK, Tom, and another BTR player having a bit of a trade for the knockdowns. But on the side of BTR, didn't lose anybody just yet. TODAK Lens actually interested to take advantage of NKT versus Roy situation.
Yeah, so NKT, at least they are in a pretty good position, I must say. If we look at like the majority of Pachinki, like they do have enough cover, like they can even like secondary loot after Xavier, whatever that's left. And they should be fine for now, as long as they have circle, that is. And they can also navigate to the inner side of Pachinki, in which it can be a little bit more well protected as compared to staying by the side. So they have a good amount of options for them. As for the other teams, since it's not really confirmed that Pachinki will be within the next space of circle, not too many teams could focus onto that area.
Now, we do have a lot of teams on top of here right now. Make it 4 different angles, but the one that just parked themselves in between, it's going to be the green team that we just witnessed. But YOODO 2 on top of ruins, Fredo scouting work for the side of the team. PA is just behind them as well. Now YOODO 2, we don't see a lot of actions from them. We see them being ambushed quite some time. And whenever they try to go for CQC, things didn't work out well for them. Maybe they should keep their distance at mid and long range fight. But circle shrinks. Here it goes. It's going to be all the way to Roshog area. My god, the heart shift is real in this one.
So much open area on the northern side of Pachinki. Oh, it's not many teams going to go there. It means that a lot of teams are going to play by the edge of the circle. And this will be big when we move to stage 3. And I believe that based on that theory, we should see a lot more fights coming to the next stage.
Speaking of fights, we do heard a couple of bullets of warning shots, but nothing seems to be connecting and nothing seems to be unfolding for the teams right now. Nobody being knocked down. Just a couple of warning shots here and there, hoping it will connect somehow. Now Alter Ego is still trying to gain information. Hans for you, I have to say, his progress throughout this entirety of this season in week number 1 has been mesmerizing. It's just tremendous potential coming up from Hans for you this season. But Satar spot out Link and finish off in an instant.
Ooh, take it out just like that. The guy who clutched a Talon yesterday eliminated early. But we're back onto the edge of Pachinki. This time it's going to be TODAK and also BTR. Lapa knockdown, so a little bit of a revenge coming in from TODAK. But BTR can still pick him up. GenForce on the left side, he knows there's one player from TODAK, that is Iftar, and he's alone. Easy knockdown by GenForce.
TODAK quite separated amongst themselves. I'm not sure why they're being picked off one by one by BTR. Feels like they're not moving in unison. Everybody have their own different objectives during that time. But Rosemary, here comes a versus talent. This is going to be an interesting one against VOIN as well. Make it a 3-way war and all 3 Indonesian teams having a go against each other. And Rosemary taking and tanking the blue zone just now. But at the same time managed to get out of it. But Linux is the one in trouble. The last player of talent trying to share the compound with the VOIN player at the same time.
Yep, we have the Zeta on the higher ground against Linux. And Linux propping himself up, and Zeta, he knows that he's there, comes in with the DBS, trading shots to each other. It's going to be a DBS with the UMP. And Zeta comes in for the jump shot from Linux. That is beautiful, like poetry.
I love it when UMP winning over DBS. And I have to say the counter act for the side of DBS is always going to be the UMP. But on the side of Linux, it's not a victory yet for him, because the rest of Alter Ego is still on top of this one solo player to carry the fate of the entirety of talent in his hands. But I have a feeling that Hans Foyi giving the idea to push him and corner him out, because Octa is keeping a tight leash on him, but PA on the flank side. If Alter Ego not being careful, PA is pretty good when it comes to playing a third party.
Wow, 7-9 really good at winning against the Infinity in this round. And looks like they secured 2 points, but they lost Kenny and Loyu in the process. Now leaving is Brian and Yuhai duo that's going to do it for Sem9, and they're heading towards YOODO 02.
YOODO 02. It's not working out great for them earlier in this week, but right now they have a shot to see can they fight their own teammate, which is going to be Sem9 players. Even their old legacy team, Yuhai, is in there as well. Brian and Yuhai, the first always to go down, and this time they are the last two. They are still going to be the one that still stands. Not going to go down that early this time. That's pretty much a good sign, I guess. But Alter Ego, the circle just moved away from them. 300 meters away from that circle. Not too far, but they still have a hunch. They want to just finish off Linux because they know this player from Thailand will bite them back in the back later on.
I noticed that the elimination feed, Brian got knocked by Fredo, but Joe was the team that actually stole the point away by eliminating Brian instead. So now Sem9 only has Yuhai as the last player again, just like the previous round. And the last we saw, Yuhai was still on the outside circle, so it's probably going to be another tough round for Sem9.
Sem9. I think that's just going to be a Yuhai, like you mentioned. But the thing is, we saw how the entirety of YOODO 02 was so close against them. Picked up by another team. On the side of Roy, they didn't have any eliminations yet. They got themselves around the pits area. They got a bit of a crate zone here. And we do know that if you play this correctly and you got yourself some smokes, this is going to be a perfect barricade for you where nobody can actually see this one come. Unless they try to pick you over, but you will toss the nade or spray them down the moment they try to pick over this side. But NKT a bit curious, and curiosity might kill the cat here, but not too much to overextend themselves towards the area. TODAK, on the other hand, ended up with 0 point this time.
Okay, so that's going to be the first team at least this round to collect 0 points. But now we have MORPH 0, knocked down by Turny K. Hawk tosses the nade across the Infinity. They still have Godtuni and Turny K on the second floor, but the rest of MORPH, they are coming in with Hawk, knocked down by Godtuni with a nice defensive nade.
MORPH Infinity still exchanging nades, some of them still cooking up. Flippy tried to help his mate, but he's actually on the outside around the corner. He needs to make sure there's nobody outside for the side of Flippy. Got Tony on there then, checking the corners as well. But they're just sharing the same compound here for Got Tony, because MORPH Flippy definitely want to go up, but here comes Tony against Hazel. And that's a good spray coming from Tony, trying to get for more. That was a clean execution, a fast one there by Tony.
Wow, nice reflex there by the original member of the Infinity, but say hello to this area, coming as a third party. They want as many points as possible. Lamborghini tossing a nail on the second floor, but nobody's on that building. Everyone's on the closer building to him as the Xavier will infiltrate the building where everyone is at.
Nade, with only one nade this time, will not waste his utilities, but trying to get any of those head death boxes laying around. While Infinity is still quite busy against Flippy of MORPH, Dave is the one cleaning up both of them. None of them will win the fight between them because MORPH will have to cry out loud. Not being saved by anybody. Infinity will be eliminated. Next, it's gonna be Flippy.
But he's pretty low right now, and Shadow we're coming with the DBS, straightforward elimination. MORPH taken out at number 13, 3 elimination points, and D Xavier won the fight as a third party.
And next, we do have Circle Shrinks over. It's going to be around the Motown on the outskirts of Ruins. We do have PEA still standing straight. Can they still maintain their consistency on the side of RQ Snake? Well, hopefully his magic will work this time. Rosemary spotted out. What a spray, but unfortunately it misses in the last minute. Half HP down for Rosemary, but he's fighting back. And Snape have to take covers. Rosemary have to do a bit of reload, but before that, he will try to spray for more. Behind Asa, coming up from Rosemary again. Micro Uzi is back for the game by Asa.
Well, we don't get to see that a lot, especially when it comes to the mid stages of the game. And Asa shows us that Micro Uzi still works. Over to BTR, going up against MKT. BTR on the other side. Lafan knocked down by Valan from Roy.
Next is going to be Zerja taking the barricades around this area. BTR versus NKT. And there's going to be a bit of a hill in between the bunkers. Will put them, they're dividing them into two sides. BTR being shot from afar. They're tunneling their vision to his NKT. Did not expect a third party. And it's going to be RRQ. RRQ, 7 eliminations being the third party all around. They are having such a great fun.
Nice tap there by Snake. Taking out Mr. Joe to secure the point for themselves. BTR now only left with 2 players. Now spraying across, he's going to be Snake, not letting go. And on his is going to be the next player to fall.
Snape working things out by himself. The rest of RQ, they want to advance, but they know they have the best part there is. They don't even need to move. Now Roy contending them next around the crate area or around the pits. It's just going to be at the slopes of the Vale. Try to cover for Roy. But Asai's not happy about this. He definitely wants to go for more. He's definitely greedy for the kills, thirsty enough. And he's going to go and build the bridge smoke. They will slowly advance. Same goes for the side of Snape coming up from off angle. But they need to cut across Roy due to how close they are towards the blue zone.
Well, look at this, Choo-Choo. Score update. RRQ already has 9 elimination points. Look for that 10th point right now, and they still have the full squad. High potential of them getting that triple F. We're thinking of that moment for FaZe Clan.
Jan Force have to reposition himself. YOODO has been quite all this while now visited by D Xaviers. Another team that love playing the third party in the scene. B and Jumper hoping to actually corner down on Lambo. While Fredo and Kid is doing something else entirely on the other hand. Lambo just going to play alongside the smoke to prepare himself with the DBS. Now he tried to surprise Jumper. It's going to be a jumping moment for Jumper. He's being ambushed with those DBS in his face.
It's so far a decent round for YOODO too. But Lamborghini moves in, jump on the left side, and they go in for a 1v1, and the DBS gameplay will favor Lamborghini. But move over to Roy right now. Nades from RRQ. Put pressure on to Roy.
They have a lot, so much nade. They upgraded their loot with the death boxes laying around after they take their victims by doing third partying into the fight. Now the circle shifted again. Nobody's in the center. FaZe Clan touching the rim, and they will gatekeep BTR while Roy will try to stay at bay with RRQ. But the problem is 2v4. It's quite an odd number for Roy.
Oh, Xavier eliminated at number 9 with 2 elimination points. So it looks like Lamborghini is one last few players to be eliminated, but that's okay. They got a big round previously. This round they still have 2 points. But for RRQ, they'll be looking for more points this time, and it's next up against Roy.
Oh, the DBS having a tough time to track down the vehicles, but still managed to score on one. Valak Snape coming up from the back, but can RRQ keep it going? They almost got himself a double-digit elimination. This is the time to shine, and got Roy. One more down to only Tusk. Snake versus Tusk, and Snake made it out alive at 12 eliminations for RRQ this time, but he has to do this alone for Snakes.
And we move over to YOODO now against XERXIA. And Abi is now calling up for help. Nade after nade, rained out by XERXIA. Same goes for YOODO back on XERXIA. And looks like the save is going to come in, but Fredo knocked down while he was running to save Abi. Now leaving only Kid alone.
Oh, RB just not going to be saved here. Down to only Kit in the smoke. See? It's going to be a shotgun fight between these two. Just between the wall! YOODO to at least it lasted longer this time with 2 eliminations. Definitely got more scores than before. In the first round, they actually score anything out of it.
Yeah, 2 points collected by YOODO. And they also managed to collect an extra play some point as well. So at least something for YOODO. But for XERXIA, 7 elimination points right now with full squad, looking pretty nice. And they move straight into the middle circle where PA is at.
PA always play in the center this time. Crack City IGL. He's trying to do the scouting work as per usual, but he couldn't actually sustain long enough. They got a bit of a valley in between, so they will have to revive while Kido tried to negate the attention of XERXIA towards the other side here. But Megamind have a mega big brain. He's playing it out of a brain strategy across the other side of the angle. Now PA, they have fight entirety of XERXIA. That nade by Lobby was big.
What a nade that was. And that was someone who was navigating through this round. And now on top of him is going to be one player from PA, but they're going to swap places. And a lobby is coming in, but before he does, it is actually Snape from Marrakech to finish off XERXIA, the last player.
Oh, what a good overall. Here comes another Snape coming in. It's going in 1v1, but didn't make it. I guess that didn't end up as a further drive. It's a very good TV because he didn't make it through. But XERXIA, on the other hand, this is going to be one of the best rounds. Same goes for the side of FaZe Clan.
But that was a great fight there by XERXIA. Gotta give it to them. Now we're gonna see stage 7 of the circle, ladies and gentlemen. It should still go into the middle where XERXIA is at. They should still get it, and yes, they will. Together with FaZe Clan. Now for the other teams, BTR and TALON. Pressures onto them to come in.
3v3 for the side of XERXIA and FaZe, while BTR having a duo. TALON on the other hand, that's gonna be the last player remaining. LZ, can he actually have more utilities? Yes, they do. They still have the mollies. They do still have those hand grenades at work. So I assume if SE has it, everybody else have it more. And they do have a lot of smoke. They can advance and push forward anytime they can, but they're waiting for the blue zone to just mother all the players outside. BTR, XERXIA and Chamforce do have a difficult position here. I'm not sure how much more utilities they have, but they definitely need to pop a lot of smoke to advance and have to take a fight against FaZe Clan.
Yeah, all the best. Even though they pop the smoke, FaZe Clan will know that they're going to come in from that direction, and they're going to keep all eyes on BTR now. You see that moment facing the Mela as well. BTR have yet to pop that smoke. Okay, now they're popping two smokes, creating the smoke bridge. Because it's go time now for BTR. And there you go. The moment you want to smoke, Mela knows exactly where you are.
Mela, he's been amazing yesterday. Can he be doing the same thing here today? A bit of exchange of native hands between Z and also Mela. Lobby keeping the pressure on Mela as well. It's 2v1 for Mela, but he managed to take covers in the very last minute. XERXIA trying to find an opening against FaZe Clan, but it's just so difficult with this uneven terrain. There's just nothing that they can visualize from this side for XERXIA.
You go, nade bomb from Lobby will be tossed across onto Mela. But the nade looks like not gonna have Mela. Oh, Mela fights back and we got a knockdown on the Gen Force. Mela knocked by Lobby and stay the trade between the two teams. And at this moment, Lobby wants to secure the point out of Mela, and he will.
Linux still waiting for the right time to pop out. Now he's waiting for the numbers to go down, and XERXIA possibly, if one more being knocked down, he's going to be 2v2 against FaZe. And when he's down to 1v1, there's going to be a chance for Linux to actually win it. But the problem is, he's barely getting into the safe zone. But never mind that. Lobby spot him out. It's down to 3v2. Still winnable for FaZe, but XERXIA do have the numbers.
And it's going to be an all-time finale here, ladies and gentlemen. XERXIA 3, FaZe Clan 2. With FaZe Clan, the two members on the outside of the circle, XERXIA within it, and they have good control of the circle, waiting for FaZe Clan to come towards them.
We asked so many times yesterday and today here for the entire week since day one, where are the ties? And finally they're woken up from their slumber here. FaZe, they do have two players. Mormon, this is going to be one of his best clutch. We do know Mormon is the best, one of the best clutcher when it comes to FaZe Clan lineup, and alongside with Lonsons as well. But XERXIA, Lobby, X and Z, now they do have those throwables, and Megamind, look, his positions is a bit far from the rest of them. He's sticking out of the box for Megamind, making it so difficult for FaZe Clan to focus on which direction. They're making it so confusing for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, right now you can see that the confused one definitely is FaZe Clan, because they don't have good vision of where XERXIA is at. XERXIA, instead, they have an idea of where FaZe Clan is. Somewhere all the way down south. It's just a matter of time right now for FaZe Clan to truly show themselves to XERXIA.
The multiple levels of terrain is not helping these two teams at all. We're talking about there's high ground, mid ground and low ground. That is a lot of pits and ditches out there. Slopes of hill in between. So it's so hard to visualize what's on the other end. All they can do is just keep on throwing their throwables, hoping it will connect somehow or bait them out. But none of them able to connect anything at all. And the Blues start to shrink and just covers the rest of FaZe Clan now. Away deep in the blue. If they don't stop moving, if they stop moving, they're gonna be done. So all they need to do is just advance. But the problem is Lobby X already prepared themselves. They heard the audio cue. All they need to do is just wait with their gun at the other end.
And And the zone will start to close entirely. We are at stage 9, ladies and gentlemen. Onzens wrapping up his one and only frag grenade. Kind of has an idea that Lobby is on the other side. Doesn't have a good vision, but he's going to toss everything right now. Here we go. Blue will put pressure to him. He will show himself. And now XERXIA somewhat has a vision of Onzens. It's a matter of trying to get a good angle to shoot him down. But now FaZe Clan has this high ground advantage instead.
Onzens comes. They see a bit of a pick coming out from the side of FaZe Clan. They will force them out. They will go in and try to run them down. But the uneven terrain is not easy to drive by a 1-to-1 trade. Down to the Onzens to actually do the clutch. But at the same time, XERXIA will be in trouble. Onzens and down we go. XERXIA, winner, chicken dinner.
Oh man, for a second there I thought that Onzens did an insane clutch. But nothing will take away the chicken dinner from XERXIA. And the chicken dinner comes back to the home ground team.
You just mentioned about XERXIA's shaky position when it comes to trying to get themselves in the top 8. Is it still possible? Is it still doable? Will it be enough with the eliminations? We did mention about they need to score themselves a bombastic round, but is this bombastic enough for them to have a bit of a shot for the top 8 straight to the Super Sunday?
Scores later on, but for now, for XERXIA, they managed to collect 13 eliminations in this round. That's 23 points. Lots of yellows here, but for the main stats, it does favor onto Lobby with the most damage this now, 683. 4 eliminations across the board here between Lobby, XERXIA as well as MegaMind. But because Lobby has more damage, he's definitely the MVP this round.
Yeah, I love the number 4s across the board, except for RNJ, but he's been doing a lot of support work from the sidelines. But I have to say, MegaMind did so much off-angle opening, such a tight fight between all the other teams as well. MegaMind, he's very daring, very confident, but Lobby X is going to be the MVP for this round. 683 damage, like how you mentioned before, due to his damage up would be more. But when it comes to team contribution, personally, I feel like everybody is doing such a perfect work to finish off with that chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolute teamwork here by XERXIA. And when it comes to headshots, well, there's one of the least with about 8%, but that's okay. However it is, as long as you can land the eliminations, that's absolutely fine. And let's look at the other top teams. Besides XERXIA, we do have RRQ, and obviously FaZe Clan being the final contender for the chicken dinner, and TALON is here as well.
On the side of the top 4, we do have only 2 flags flying this time, but it's always going to be the Indonesian teams up there. RRQ just now did score quite big as well, and they got themselves quite consistent for the Erangel maps the entire year. Now, just to relive the moment of XERXIA getting the chicken dinner, we're going to just have a bit of a peek of the highlights in the last game.
Well, here we go. XERXIA, 23 points collected in this round, followed by RRQ with a whopping amount of 15 eliminations, almost breaking the most eliminations in a single round, that is 16 held by BTR as of now. So they brought back 18 points in total. FaZe Clan, 11 points, and that's the double-digit department. But PEA still in page 1 in the match rankings with 4 points collected. So still a decent, consistent performance by PUBG Esports Academy.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see, can they actually slowly pushing upwards or not with their current standings. Well, XERXIA, where they stand by end of this map, because we do know for the fact that they're quite in the very bottom previously. But speaking of the teams that barely scored any, but this time at least the first time they scored themselves in the entire day, YOODO scored a 3-point. Alter Ego, surprisingly, they had a very bombastic start, then start to slow down for a bit, having some trouble due to the circle possible, or even the rotation just now, scored only a 3. MORPH the only Indonesian team didn't score any chicken just yet.
Yeah, at this point, yes. And if we look at the overalls, that would tell a better picture of the current situation of the chicken dinner as well. So on page 1, okay, RRQ also have yet to score a chicken dinner, so that's another one to add on to the list as well. Vampire Esports, no chicken dinner so far, but they are not playing, so they will not be able to add to the counter as of now. Or you're going to save that later for the Super Sunday, because with the points collected of 80, they should see themselves through. But this is now official. YOODO Alliance is out of the top 8, so they will be playing in the last chance tomorrow.
Next victim is gonna be also PIGMY, pushed down all the way to probably second page here because of the rise of XERXIA climbing up the charts into the first page at number 12. Now we're talking about these Xaviers might overtake YOODO Alliance anytime soon, but PA also being pushed down slightly, just a tiny bit, with a tie with Infinity. But it's still within the reach for them to get themselves in the top 8. It's still doable, but a lot of competition will be quite tight up there. But Friday got himself finally points for the side of YOODO, but they did not budge from the last spot yet.
Yeah, the gap is quite far right now. It was 10 points between them and Roy earlier on, and now it is 11 points. Just because Roy collected a bit more points as compared to YOODO. So still rooted down there. I guess they will be preparing themselves for the last chance qualifiers, but because there's still more rounds to go and the points will be carried forward to the last chance, there's still a good reason for them to try to do their best to gain as many points as possible.
Now all they want to do right now is just to overtake Crate VIP and also probably GEEK Fam, who's not playing here today since they're done with their run yesterday as well, and they didn't garner as much points as possible. And we do know top 8 will go to the Super Sunday straight by end of today, and the other 16 at the very bottom 16 will have to compete once more, where another 8 team will be selected for the top 8 to advance towards the Super Sunday, where the points that's going to really matter later on the Super Sunday will bring forward towards the grand finals as well.
Yes, so points are crucial with this sort of format. Whether you think that you stand a chance to move forward or not, points are absolutely crucial still. So all the teams will need to play their hearts out until the final game. And speaking about the final game, we have 3 more games to go today. 1 more Erangel and 2 more Miramas before we wrap up the group stage for week number 1 to know who exactly moves to the last chance qualifiers and who moves directly onto the Super Sunday. 3 more to go, Choo, and anything can happen. But before we move on to our second half of our day, we'll take a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you guys in a bit.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market! Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Hello everyone, welcome back with the Infinity God Tani สวัสดีค่ะสวัสดีค่ะโอเคพร้อมยังโอเค Last season your team only made it to Super Sunday in week 3 but now your team maintain your performance with just 13 points different with two top 8 What's your plan for the upcoming match to make it into top 8
ก็ใน PMSL ซีซั่นที่แล้วทีมเราได้ไปเล่นในรอบ Super Sunday แค่ครั้งเดียวสำหรับซีซั่นนี้ทีมเรามีทำผลงานได้ดีมากๆแล้วก็เหลือแค่13แต้มที่จะได้การันตีท็อป8แล้วทีมเรามีแผนหรือว่ามีมาตรการยังไงสำหรับแมตช์ที่กำลังจะมาถึงในอีกต่อไปไหมครับ
ก็คงเล่นให้มันเหมือนที่ผ่านมาครับเล่นให้พยายามมีแต้มทุกเกมแล้วรอเกมไหนที่วงมันเล่นง่ายแล้วเราก็จะเก็บแต้มเกมนั้นให้ได้เยอะที่สุดครับ
We will play like as usual like we used to. We will try to get the point every game and if the circle got us, we will win the game.
รอลุ้นดวงรอลุ้นโชค
ใช่รอเกมไหนที่วงมันแบบมันเล่นง่ายสำหรับเราก็ควรจะเก็บแต้มให้ได้ครับ
Hope you lucky with the circle, okay? Okay. Is there any team that you initially thought were strong but didn't perform well over the past 2 days?
ในวันที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยครับมีทีมไหนบ้างที่เราคิดว่าเป็นทีมที่เก่งแต่ว่าเขายังทำผลงานได้ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
คิดว่าเป็นเฟสแคนมั้งครับ
Personally I think it is FaZe Clan
Why
ไปครับ
ปกติเขามาตรฐานน่าจะสูงกว่านี้
Their standard is more normally their standard is really high but this time that they cannot perform their performance well
So FaZe Clan is Thai team also.So could you give some word to FaZe Clan to cheer them up because you think they under standard
มีอะไรอยากบอก FaZe Clan หน่อยครับแบบให้กำลังใจเขาหน่อย
ให้กำลังใจตัวเองก่อนได้ไหม
Can I just get myself a power or something
Okay so focus yourself first Okay so give a word to your fans ขอ3คำให้กับแฟนๆของตัวเองหน่อย
ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับสู้ๆเต็มที่ครับ
Please support usสู้ๆนะ
3 words Okay 3 words in the sentence Thank you Infinity Ghost Tani to join us for the interview and now it's time for the team and you can go back to your seat and now it's time go back to the caster decks
Now that's going to be Gatani. We've seen him perform here today, and definitely when it comes to the Infinity, they do have a bit more edge over the side of FaZe Clan, which they put a high standard. But we do know FaZe Clan is the team that love to come back in the very last minute.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with what Godfrey said. I think it's a surprise for Trent to be down there. But now we're going to compare the other two Thai teams, XERXIA and the Infinity. If we look at the average elimination points, it does favor XERXIA 4.3. This is 3.3, but the Infinity, they are better at a placement points with 2.4 versus 1.8. But when it comes to throwables use, it's favoring to the Infinity, and because they are better at placement points, naturally their top 4 rate is higher than XERXIA.
And also they also scored the first day of, they are the one that are breaking the streak of the Indonesian team in day number 1. So Infinity, when it comes to getting the position and those eliminations, they're definitely kind of balanced out, aside from Vampire, of course. But so far, we're gonna head into our last wrangle of the 3 days straight. Who will actually gain more elimination in this last wrangle map? Because this is gonna be the map of opportunity for the wrangle itself. And we do know when it comes to the last wrangle of the day, every team will go crazy to gain themselves those elimination points.
And it's also an opportunity for the Vietnamese teams to score their chicken dinner, because right now the first 3 chicken dinners were all coming from different regions. So we'll need the Vietnamese teams to fill that gap.
The Vietnamese team that actually do have a bit more shot, I have a feeling it's going to be the Saviors. Hopefully, because they're close enough. They're quite consistent here today as well. So we're looking forward, can they come back after their very long quiet for the past few seasons? But right now, I think our prediction, did you change it any, Cloud?
Nah, I still stuck with it. I didn't want to overwork our very busy producer, Hyjin.
I agree, he's super busy. I think he's controlling like a lot of things at the same time, using his feet as well at this point. He's doing a great job. Thank you so much for our crew that are working behind the scene as well, and those actually working offline, our marshals, our production crew, our cameraman. I love the fact that the moment they ask the question regarding all the other teams, the first time we do have a bit of change of angle to pan out to us all the banners of all the teams that's involving for today as well. And speaking of today, we do know last wrangle. Let's just go crazy for once. The circle and the players. Let's hit it for the last time here before we're heading to the last stage tomorrow.
Yeah, we had a decent circle for the 2 wrangles, and even for Sanhoi, it was a decent circle today. So I think maybe because, I don't know, it's just all coincidence, right? That the first 2 days the circle was insane, and today it's like the circle is kind of chill for this team to give them that final chance to collect the points needed to whether to be in the last chance qualify to gain a good start in last chance qualifiers or directly onto the Super Sunday. But of course, since it's like what you say, it's going to be the last wrangle, if there was any hope, we'd like to see a tough one. Military base,
But then when you actually point that out, right, yesterday has been crazy, so I assume Group A is actually having so much luck to have very quite interesting circle for their side. But first day circle wasn't that great either for these guys. So I think it's balancing out for all the team. Sometimes some cool and generous circles, sometimes a bit hectic, bizarre circle at times. But when it comes to today's wrangle, I think it wasn't that punishing for the circle, so it's pretty okay so far. Might as well just hit it, you know, another SMD for once. It would be great.
Yeah, and you know why that will be great for this group? Because at least based on the first 2 irregulars that we've seen, nobody went to military base at all. Nobody went to military base, nobody went to Novo. At most, because BTR's playing, they ended up in Milta, and then you got Fairy Pier with 7-9, and then you got the Infinity with Primor. So by that edge, but nobody at all is in military base. Even with the flight path, with the second irregulars flight path, you're able to drop straight into military base. So if the military base circle were to come, this is the best timing.
I agree. I mean, that's quite a good catch from your side. Interesting point, by the way, because today we haven't seen a bit more southern flight path even, so we don't even see too much of the southern side rotation for the teams, because the last, like you mentioned, the last wrangle was quite generous when it comes to the flight path. It was an even flight path for the players to reach to either north or south, but because of the circle popped right in the center, at the moment the teams want to hover around even SMB, they just cancelled it out. And we've seen that before. There's one time yesterday as well, where we had quite a decent flight path and a generous circle in the center. But there are teams that love to yo-yo their way out to SMB. I forgot which team was it again, but they went back into this circle. PIGMY possibly, that take a bit of longer rotation. But we do have a bit of swap of the players for more.
Okay, so substitutions happening. So for the second half, we're going to see some new faces, but whether it will change the fate of some of these teams, we want to keep an eye as well. But besides that, we're going to see the reintroduction of Real into the lineup, replacing their IGL. Interesting swap, I must say. And for Real himself, he actually skipped last season because he was on an educational break. But this time he is back with a new team in the name of TODAK.
A lot of swapping here. I don't know what they are thinking for all the teams, but Touch, I think this is his debut because we haven't seen Touch at all throughout the entire 3 days of this league in week 1.
Yeah, 3 Touch, the new member of the Infinity, coming in as a sub this time, and like what you say, is his debut. And previously he was from other teams like ETN and Bingo, and also Bacon Time was one of the more known teams. So yeah, glad to see him back at the professional scene because he has been missing quite a while at this big stage.
Now, I assume that they have been training quite hard. I love the swap happening here and there because it gives enough exposure for all the players, despite they are the subs. So they are prepared in case they're needed in week 2 and week 3, which is more crucial than week 1 because all the mistakes can be done in week 1, but you have to rectify it, and when week 2 happens, there's not much room for error anymore.
Yeah, because it's the final 3 games, so of course error is no longer an option for these teams, especially Sem9 that we can see here on screen. Another struggling day for them, even though they scored the final chicken dinner yesterday, but unfortunately they are not able to carry that hype over. So the last 3 games will be crucial for them. I doubt they'll be able to get into the top 8, but they still must score as many points as possible to carry over to the last chance qualifiers. Let's go!
We're back, and this time the fly path is not as generous as it was before. We do have a very, very skewed flight path, a bit more towards the right side of the map, coming up from north down to south to SMB, cutting across farm and even in between Ferropia and SMB. But just now I have to mention regarding the jerseys. I do love the new jersey of Sem9. I love white color so much. Mr. Tommy, if you actually listen to this, please, I would love that jersey. I don't ask a lot, but this is the first time you're asking. Please give me one.
Yeah, he'll probably point you to the online store or something.
You tried already.
Or sometimes you don't need to try. Ooh, wow. Anyway.
You kind of know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a form of support for teams, right? If you think about it, right, it's a form of support for all these teams because every team needs to sustain, and that's just part of the whole economics of it. So yeah, if you love your favorite team, you know, you guys out there, you know how to support them. The easiest way is to support them by merchandising.
And for me, I'm a broke person, so I don't mind getting them free. But if I got the cash, why not? Yes, we do have to support the teams that seems to be our favorite. For me, I have to buy all 24 jerseys then because I love all of them. But this is going to be quite an interesting circle and flight path because it's quite not in the center for the flight path, and the circle just moves away. And also, if the circle just happen to be shifting all the way towards north, then that's going to be a lot of trouble. We've seen this before. Gatka Mountains will be a hot spot, but will it be a Gatka field circle again?
Very likely, since it's in the left side of the map. But we're going to start it off in Milta. NKT, dropping around the area of a BTR. And this is, of course, a known area for BTR. So with Spider Tan spraying across, that will give information to BTR that someone's over here. But I think Spider Tan is going to make a quick loot, and he's probably going to just move away with his buggy.
Yeah, I think he's the scouter right now for the side of NKT. He's the only player that happened to be in that vicinity. But on the side of YOODO, oh boy, they just landed down their parachute and be greeted quite warmly by Mormon. You can't punch against the guns here, but Alfredo, unfortunately, didn't last even a minute into the game. It's been brought back into the lobby.
So YOODO 2, we do have Abi and Kit on the other side, but they're just too far away to support Alfredo, and he became the first player to be eliminated. Point given to FaZe Clan, the team that, in the words of Gotuni, says that it's a surprise that they are not performing their best.
Yeah, we do know they always play the last minute card, and the thing is, the last minute card that they've been playing, they're hitting it big. We're talking about big, humongous. They go crazy up to the point like it's blowing off your mind. It happens so many times, but we do have another swap. It's been a while we've actually seen that playing.
Yeah, the last we saw him play was 2 days ago. So yeah, definitely a lapse there in the day. Now that Brian is back in the lineup, so this is a new combination for Sem9 because they retain Loyu in the lineup too. And Loyu is making his debut today in the PMSL, by the way. But now for YOODO 02, they might lose Kid with that knock.
Oh, they lost Fredo early. Now that's left. It's going to be Abi with that Micro Uzi. We've seen Micro Uzi with good plays before. Venturis with the rest of FaZe cornering down, boxing, and is this the FaZe that we've been waiting for? The surprise. But for YOODO 02, they've been choked to the point they can't breathe. Down to only last play, which is quite far. There's no more Kid, there's no more Abi, there's no more Fredo. Only Jumper left by himself. But the thing is, Jumper is pretty good when it comes to playing solo.
Yeah, he's a solid survivor. I remember back in the day, there was once that he solo survived in Miramar, like very, very early, like something like this, but he managed to survive until like at second place. So he does have the game sense to do that, as long as he stays away from not only FaZe, but also Talon.
Our Talon Misery being greeted by Mela from afar. Look at the shot. The spray was crispy and Mela keep it going. Yoru versus Mela. This is quite interesting because Yoru is pretty good himself. Now Linux giving support to a side of Yoru, giving a bit of a trouble to a side of FaZe Clan. Now even though they won themselves again YOODO 02, but slowly Limbiley taken out by Talon. Linux on the ground next. A bit of a trade between these two teams.
I noticed Jumper stole one elimination point away by taking out Mela. But Venturis will make sure that point will not go to Jumper, and he will be the one to finish off Linux instead. And that leaves Talon with two players left. Misery and Yoru on the other side.
Quite far from them, but for Misery, FaZe is by himself, taking out Jumper. We did just praise Jumper, just so much actually jinx him, sorry YOODO 02, but FaZe is just doing FaZe thing, you know, he knows exactly what to look for, and he's actually always at the right place and the right time.
So YOODO 02, 1 point this round, still a tough day for them with 2 more rounds to go. All they could do is right now just do their best and collect as many starting points as possible for the last chance qualifiers. But between Talon and FaZe Clan, Talon, they're pretty comfortable up there, but FaZe Clan is pretty unfortunate down there. So pressure's more on the FaZe Clan to collect as many starting points as possible for the last chance.
Oh, Red Face! This guy, when it comes to trajectory calculation, is just scary. But at the same time, they do have more loot compared to FaZe Clan, because FaZe Clan were engaging with YOODO 02 quite early on, so they're not well equipped just yet compared to Talon. But the thing is, speaking of dog eat dog will or bigger fish, who's the bigger fish here? We do have a new contender coming up. Look at the corner behind the yellow teams coming in very soon, and that's gonna be the new contender. FaZe Clan, they're digging their own grave after the finish of YOODO 02, walking the same trap, and it's gonna be, oh my god, Alter Ego.
Gonna say hello to Rosemary and Cole with Alpha opening up the elimination onto Talon by eliminating Yoru, the latest addition to Talon. Now leaving Red Face all alone in the squad, surrounded by the other members of Alter Ego, and not only Talon but Venturis face the wrath of Rosemary.
Swear to god, FaZe Clan and Talon players are so confused right now. Who shot them? They just finished one team and now another team coming in in such a swift manner as well. Rosemary didn't waste any time at all. Just go in straight for the finishing touch. And now coming in, spotted out Mormon with those shotguns. Here comes the UMP.
Onsen's taken out, and that is FaZe Clan eliminated with 4 points. So 44 points collected so far for them. 2 more games to go. They have to score super duper big in order to have any chance of being in the top 8. But we must also consider that the other teams will be collecting points as well to stay away from the drop.
FaZe, on the other hand, trying to be a farmer here instead. Trying to just dig out some cabbages and some potatoes while hoping Alter Ego just leave him be to be a farmer. But they will not leave this farmer alone. FaZe, here comes the corners. Box in, boy, chill, but he got shot down. It's the FaZe is doing with the DBS. Oh my god, but never mind, that misery will leave him to his deathbed because Rosemary and the rest of Alter Ego, they never leave any knockdowns to run away to be picked up later.
Well, if there's any silver lining out of that, at least Red FaZe got one. So far the teams eliminated. Well, TALON is not totally out yet, but then again, so far the teams eliminated, including YOODO 02, nobody is at a 0 point yet. And TALON, the last player, still tanking the blue. And circle-wise, ooh, very pure circle.
And now we know what with the ruckus happening about just now regarding all the teams fighting so early on. There was like, what, 4 to 5, 6 teams engaging too early in the first stage. And this is why the biggest reason is because so little land with the very little amount of SMB in the very bottom there, and there's a river in between. So it shows that with too many teams still intact, 40 teams there, I do have the lighthouse taken over by BTR, spotted out VOIN. All the Indonesian teams are engaging so fast and so early this round.
Yeah, I guess they were forced to move as well because of how the circle is tucked at the corner of very pure. But it also allows Semnine the opportunity to fight the other teams, and they seem to be winning this fight against RR2.
Semnine today has been the rise of the performance, and Yuhai easily just finished off with a jump shot. And now for the side of RQ, it might be another wiped out team here if they spot out Asa. They couldn't spot him out just yet. Definitely saw Mercy bleeding out. But will Asa stand up? Yep, he just gave away his position. Another one bites the dust. It remains us with 13 teams left.
Well, we gotta give it to Semnine. They won their fight nice and clean. 4 eliminations, and they just took out one of the hot teams, RRQ. Nicely done by Semnine here, collecting 4 points, and now they have 50 points, putting a little bit of hope for them to possibly be in top 8.
And this given the opportunity for the Xaviers to take out to the 8th place if they can actually secure at least 20 points in the next couple of rounds. And there's definitely a lot of points for them to gain if they can just sustain a bit more longer to just overtake RQ at 8th place, because we do know the top 8 it goes straight towards the Super Sunday this week. But BTR, they're definitely trying to aim for those eliminations, yeah, and KT might be their next target.
Well, one news for BTR is that nobody is in mid to the base, at least as of now, from what we can see on screen. So perhaps nobody's going to pass by the left bridge, and being at Lighthouse, if that's going to be the case, then all they need to do is focus onto the inner side in case any other team rotates in front of them.
PA, we have to give it. If they keep this going for the next 2 weeks here, they're definitely one of the best progressive growth teams throughout the entirety of the tournament compared to the last season. Oh my god, last season they were definitely so to the point we can see the lack of experience kind of shows and displayed throughout the entirety of those during last season's tournament. This time they came more prepared. Well, we can get to see, do they have the stamina to last it long enough? Now the circle will shift again. If we still have in between the bridge, oh my god, we do. This is gonna be a tough one, Cloud.
Well, we asked for it, and looks like we are getting it with a lot of water in the circle. And even if we cut out the water, we cut out even like the end of a mid to the base. Well, there's only about 40% of land to play, so we will expect a lot of fights to happen at this stage of this tournament.
It's going to be super funny if Alter Ego being favored by the circle in the very last minute, if they still stays SMB. But NKT, VOIN is firing it and just spraying over that side. But they also have Roy to deal with. NKT caught themselves in the trap. But we do have another person, a victim to be in between. The Eyes been watching on PA and forced them to break their formation. Mizi's on the ground. Couldn't catch up with the rest of the teammate. Will they be knocked down entirely for the side of PA after such a great performance today?
Well, Pahang Esports Academy, they lost 2 players in their rotation into Fairy Pier. They managed to cut 2 players across, but position compromise. VOIN Donkeys looking down at them on the inner side, from the inner side, and from the outer side it's going to be NKT. Possibly scope them down. So they gotta be super duper careful not to overexpose themselves.
The only one that actually wise to take a longer rotation was Alter Ego. They don't have any problem at all when it comes to stage number 3. But if the circle just shifted a bit upwards, they have to cross the bridge. We do know last time we saw it was actually BTR trying to go to them. But I don't know if they're still there. But PA, one by one taken out by the teams when they were trying to migrate in the center. And now leaving only Kido left. Now Kido, can he pick his partner up to his IGL Trexie? While Razak will push towards their side and just cleaning off the angles here. VOIN gonna go for the rush.
If only Kido's not that busy, but now he'll be busy with Razak, who has arrived in the compound. Same time, VOIN Donkey, they are managing other teams from the other side. Now PEA officially only have Kido left as the last player. And they're navigating around, but Kido managed to relocate himself into the storeroom behind.
Praying nobody will try to have a peek to the side of Kido, or they will be busy with other team, including XERXIA, Infinity, and even VOIN might actually have another new visitor if NKT happen to be interested to be taking Fairy Pier as well. Fairy Pier is just too crowded with so many teams still intact, while MORPH resort to taking a bit slower rotation. Knowing the fact Fairy Pier are already overcrowded, they might actually have to go through Roy if they want to cut across.
Well, looks like TALON is eliminated. 3 points collected this time, but they have 82 points in total as of now. Wouldn't be too worried about TALON. But speaking about points, I also want to point out that Alter Ego, it's time to welcome them to the above 100 point mark club.
We do know Boom already secured 105. If they can break the record, get even more, they will take away the #1 spot. But unfortunately for Alter Ego for this round, they might actually have to swim over if BTR just resort to gatekeep them towards the bridge side. The Xavier's barely getting into the circle. Look at how crazy and concentrated it is for the Xavier's to push into just to get into the circle.
Yeah, I guess they will resort to swim because the circle still has the lighthouse in it. And in all game sense-wise, they should expect that somebody's waiting at the lighthouse. So for them to have a better chance to get across, swimming is the best way. If not swimming, hopefully they'll be able to get a boat to get across, and that should be their best bet to survive into the next phase.
And they already got Roy for BTR. Definitely they're not leaving the lighthouse anytime soon, and they even finish off Noah after got himself that knocked down. These Xavier's on the van still trying to figure out which way to get in safely, because if they go south there's going to be too many teams. Now the best bet is going to be take over SM9's place. They have to cut across or maybe go up north. There's still time. And stage number 4 Blue Zone, it won't be that painful, but stage number 5 definitely will be too much for them to handle. MORPH taking on TODAK.
Ooh. Lynx taken out of this game. And TODAK, now they're busy with MORPH, like what you said. Tam fires back onto Hawk. And here we go, Zero. Looks like he's cooking up his nade. He's going to toss it onto the other side. Real is there to get it with Tam. Nade onto the both of them, and Real will be the one to go down first.
Oh man, Real just stopped playing for this round. He have to go down quite early. Hopefully he can be revived. But on the side of MORPH, they need those chicken. They are the only, and IQOO not on those chicken dinner. They want that chicken so bad. The first week meant so much for them. They need to set the momentum. Here comes Tom. Tom coming in and finish up. Oh, so close. Flip it down to very low health. Zay on the other hand. The Fizz swap in as well. Now taking out on Tom. Tom down to only 1% HP. Zay and the rest with the Scar. And now TODAK being eliminated with only 1 point. At least nobody going down with the 0 except for IQOO.
Well, I noticed the elimination feed. BTR just stole one away out of the hands of MORPH. Now we move over to the Xavier. They're having a skirmish here. And the Xavier is still with the full squad. Okay. Full squad, but the terrain is just not kind to them. Look at how tough is it to navigate around him.
Now these Xaviers, they don't want to go up north because it might be more problems. So SM9 is going to be their best bet, but the bunkers is going to be tough for them to beat SM9 right now. Look at how DAP taking covers, and Loyu just a bit split it up, but not too far. Still can give support by the side of DAP being played as their backside. And DAP spotted out Nade. Nade on the other hand, I'm not sure if he's healing up. He definitely is, but DAP gonna go for the push. Here comes a Nade, and here comes a sprayer with that UMP, but never mind! Nade is actually faster than the side of DAP.
Well, that went out to the hands of the god from Renegade. So looks like a point stolen away from D Xavier. Now only has Kenny together with Loyo, but today into the face of Kenny will knock him down, leaving only Loyo alone. But looks like he's taken out right after that as 7-9 out at number 11 for elimination points.
At least they almost got similar amount of points with the last round for the side of Sam 9, not going with a 0 this time, but they're not done for these Xaviers. Here comes this sandwich between Infinity and MORPH, and these Xaviers don't even have time to reset. They have to deal with another team, Infinity Touch and Got Tiny coming in with their nades galore. While Lamborghini tried to deal with MORPH, he got too much to handle, and Lamborghini down next. Oh, I feel like these Xaviers might actually share the same fate as Sam 9.
Oh man, 3 teams next to each other as the nade onto Logan. Landed onto his face, chipped out a good amount of damage. But Logan sends a nade back onto the side of D Xavier. Now, these two teams need to be careful of MORPH as they could come in as a third party. MORPH seems to be real interested. They're cooking up their own nades.
Infinity, Logan trying to go forward, trying to save his friend Touch, at least one at a time. Hulk on the other end won't even give them the space. Here comes the jumping shot for DBS, and these Xaviers wiped out entirely by MORPH. But next, it's going to be Infinity and MORPH. It's going to be a lot of scuffle here.
Oh man, MORPH only has one active player, and that's going to be Zay. The Infinity, they're probably going to close in on the MORPH, not allowing them the opportunity to reset. And there you go. Nade after nade sent across onto MORPH, and this nade by Logan and Co could finish them off, but nope, not yet. So MORPH will take their time to reset.
Oh, didn't spot them out due to the smoke. They're quite confused on the side of Infinity. Did not know exactly the position of MORPH, where they stack up right now. But Alter Ego also start to move against the side of XERXIA. But MORPH, unfortunately, that naded Infinity. Touch just did so well with his first round here in the PMSL Summer 2024.
Oh, exactly. What a superb debut. I mean, he already has 4 eliminations to his name at this stage. Nicely done for the Infinity, and they are not too far away from the top 5 or the top 8, especially with the 5 points collected so far.
I feel like Touch is actually the secret weapon needed by Infinity. When things are very critical, when the situation seems dire, that's where they swap him in. When it's only needed, maybe because his magic will only briefly, but we're gonna have to wait and see. Will he be implemented throughout the entire roster for the next week entire of week 2 or not? But Infinity, after they're done with those major fights with so many teams they have to deal with, now XERXIA is going to be the next contender, while PA still praying nobody will try to figure out where he's at.
Well, at least his prayers are answered if he wants to get the placement points, because right now we're only down to 8 teams. So Kiddo now is collecting placement points for PEA, but let's see how far will the circle go from him, because we have about 40 more seconds before the next circle shift. There could still be a small chance that he could still get that circle next.
Alva is just next to Kiddo. He's barely breathing. He's not even moving, and it's just like, not even whispering. He's holding his breath while the side of Tusk of Roy, he will be founded out by the rest of Vika. Here comes the rush. Zuxi coming in with the front line. Lapar will actually give the support at the right side. And Zuxi, here comes the spray. And we are talking about the legendary Zuxi. This guy never misses target.
Here we go! And I just said, one shot is all it takes with the DBS, and they will collect their 7th point for BTR. Now, when it comes to the circle, Kiddo still gets the circle.
Oh my god, that's gonna be nerve-wracking. Listening to the audio cues, the steps coming up from Alter Ego all over the place. Nobody checking the shack yet. Nobody checking the small stores behind there yet. Kiddo definitely sweating the heck out of his seat right now for NKT. Remember Mr. Joe? Yes, this is that Mr. Joe. So Mr. Joe, what do you have for us today?
Well, so far I guess nothing much until, well, he has something to show, I guess, because right now they are by like the right side of the corner, and they have the circle. So yep, it's more about them waiting to see where the next stage of the circle goes. Number 1. Number 2 is that if any other team comes to them.
I just couldn't help it to feel a bit more nervous as well to see Alba so nearby, kiddo. So many times, nobody trying to check and just open the doors of a small store. But Touch, there's nothing to stop him. He got himself maybe more eliminations, not just 4, based on how aggressive he's trying to find his target.
Okay, so we asked about NKT and what they can bring to the table. Now they are busy with BTR. BTR is making the rotation down south, and if we go down south, it's going to be another team that's waiting anyway. So for BTR, they will not have any choice, but a fight is necessary for them.
They do have the elevations advantage, but time is not on their side here. Still, a minute is more than enough for them to clean things up or just to figure out whether to rotate the other way around. But Mr. Joe Tox is the one that's gonna silence Touch for now. Infinity lost 1 man, but the distance between them will have a bit of a rival for Infinity Touch. Alva, on the other hand, starts shooting against XERXIA.
Here we go. You asked for that time, that 1 minute, and it's going to be up for BTR soon. But for XERXIA, God Tony takes out one members of XERXIA. They're just next to each other, while YOODO again is still praying that nobody could focus onto him. Well, anyway, for the Infinity, they are busy with XERXIA, so now it's between the two of them. But Alter Ego has to be part of it.
Oh, Infinity. Alter Ego Rosemary landed a big one, perfectly executed, and not really executed yet, just one knockdown. But for the side of Alter Ego, they did not know. The bane for Alter Ego right now is going to be Kiddo from the side of PEA, but Megamind! Here comes the warfare of the war. The DBS warfare, and Megamind won that 1 round.
Oh, nice jump shot by Megamind to eliminate Gatune. And the Infinity eliminated number 7-6 elimination points. But on the other end, Alter Ego dominating with 5 points. Them just not stopping yet. And like what you said, for flex purpose, it's to catch up the pool.
And also, speaking of dominating across the board, BTR do have 7. They're catching up to us, all the teams up there. And on the side of Megamind, we talked about BTR, they have to fight against NKT if they have to cut across. And this is the best time, whether they want to go for the fight or rotations. Flexing is a thing, but BTR can flex as well. Don't forget, they still got the highest record of elimination for a team in a single round.
Circle shifted away from Kiddo. So now he has to plan how he wants to get out of that safely across. So the best bet right now is to wait as long as possible, wait for other teams to be busy, and try to plan his move. Even better without popping a smoke, because that will give away his position.
BTR, they rotate slightly towards the downside, not facing NKT, but they're picking VOIN over NKT. That's going to be their preference for now. Zaxi spotted out probably a rocky movement just now across the window, but they need plenty of smokes here just to advance forward. NKT, they're barely in the zone as well. They barely actually get into the safe circle. They need to leave their comfortable compound for now. As VOIN also, they still got themselves quite a solid place to work with. They have 4 walls, they have covers, they have even the circle. Look at the nick. I don't know who is planning to aim for.
Well, what we do know is that BTR is planning to aim a VOIN Donkey now. As they crash into the compound, VOIN Donkey will need to defend their ground. Zaxi will be named up by Maxius, using the man advantage to themselves. And now BTR, another one down. Only Lapa left together with Genforce. Lapa goes in, Lapa will secure another point.
Genforce still well and alive just now. If Bubu just hold his ground, hand grenade just a little bit longer. It was a bit premature for him to toss it out, but this time Razor scores 1. Lapa is down, leaving only Genforce left for the side of VTR. But in spite of that, they already secured 8 eliminations. Now, if Genforce can hold his survival just a little bit longer, it's gonna be enough for them to have a safe spot in the Super Sunday.
Well, at least his position is better than Kiddo, but so far, so good for him. He's able to hold his ground all alone. But for VOIN, collected 4 points so far. SEA, now by Triple F, NKT now in action.
speaking of NKT, they've been quiet for quite some time now, fighting against XERXIA probably, and also Alter Ego taking on XERXIA as well as VOIN dominating across our board. Triple F managed to shut down on the last member of XERXIA, which was Megamind. Alter Ego Alva finally speaks for the side of Alter Ego. They have been quiet for quite a bit. NKT, despite they being avoided by Alter Ego before, now they're the ones to have to face Alter Ego and try to keep them at bay from advancing towards the safe zone.
Okay, here we go. Circle will close in about 30 more seconds. This is going to be crucial for the teams on the outside. I also want to point out that Alter Ego has officially overtaken Boom Esports in terms of the overall charts. Now they got leaded by Razor. Nice angle found by Razor.
Jan Force is also playing the corner game. Just make sure that he will be the best ninja there is, just like how Kiddo plays it from PEA. Now VOIN, they will be focusing on towards the side of Alter Ego, the one that actually do have more numbers. Alter Ego and KT and VOIN 2v2v3, while the rest of them going on solo. But Jan Force still being forced to face again the Bismary.
Okay, just by the corner, Jan Force in front, Rosemary! And a simple spray with his AUG, he will secure that point for none other than Alter Ego.
Now, speaking of blasting on the other hand, Kiddo is still well and alive, still holding the corners. But for the next circle, there's no more circle left. But at least he sustained himself at the top 4. Kiddo now slowly marching towards where the gunfires and the hand grenades being tossed about. VOIN is just next to him. Nobody knows he's here. He can be the game changer for the entire map here. Can he still score the chicken dinner? It's doable because it's 2v2, v1v1.
For him to do that, he has to hope that he needs to wind down the numbers now of his opponent, but right now he's really by the edge of the blue. When the circle starts to close, he'll be the first one to feel the wrath of the blue. Bobo tapping on the spider gun, trying to get that pixel shot, but not able to land anything.
Oh, he hid himself well, but Loser will force Spider to just expose himself towards all the targets out there. And finally, Boo Boo got what he's waiting for. Patience is a virtue, they say, and it seems to be fruitful with Boo Boo. But Kiddo, Alter Ego just let him slip by. Now his focus is going to be Alter Ego, but he's trying to get out of the blue. Rosemary coming up with a spray towards Boo Boo. That's brutal. Coming in across the smoke. He's put it up, Kiddo! He's put it up, Kiddo!
Oh man, the moment Rosemary was forced to come down from that rooftop, he sees Kiddo immediately and took him out. And now it's between the two Indonesian teams, Alter Ego and VOIN Donkey for the chicken dinner. Alter Ego forced to move to the blue by Razak, waiting at the right side. Rosemary knows he's there by Razak. We're forced to move by the blue. On his front, there's Boo Boo Hoo that Rosemary knows. But Boo Boo Hoo will knock out, leaving Rosemary alone 1v2.
Oh, Rosemary, can he clutch this? Razak and also VOIN. I have to say, Razak and Boo Boo Hoo is the deadly duo coming up from the side of VOIN Donkey. And it was a great ending to see that chicken dinner for VOIN Donkey to fight against the best duo of Alter Ego as well, Rosemary and Octa.
And gotta give it to Kiddo as well. He ninja'd himself to the top 3 just like that. Great work there by Kiddo. That was the best thing he could do anyway, being the final member of Bahang Esports Academy. But still, VOIN back with another chicken dinner here. And again, another Indonesian team scoring it. Let's see how many elimination points did they collect. And they managed to collect 10 elimination points. That's 20 points to start for VOIN Donkey.
Oh man, they might actually competing for the most chicken dinner against Boom as well, because VOIN did score himself previously as well. So the one that actually haven't scored any chickens is going to be RRQ as well as MORPH from the side of Indonesian teams. Them all scored more than one or just one chicken dinner. But coming up from VOIN, I have to say, we see a new star, high star, big star, high potential player, Razak, in this season.
Oh yeah, Razak, man, look at his stats, right? Another high damage of play by him. More than 1,016 to be exact, with 5 eliminations, 210 damage, received 35% team contribution, and the maximum survival time 28 minutes 34 seconds. When it comes to accuracy, 23% headshot, 49% body shot, 29% leg shot. Razak, this is again another MVP for him.
I found my fourth player for the dream team of the Indonesian region here. We have Razak, we have Rosemary, we have FaZe and Yummy. That's the perfect four. All crazy for the frags. But when it comes to the match recap, out of 4 teams coming up from the Indonesian regions once more, dominating in the last Erangel map, VOIN, Donkey, Alter Ego, BTL, Red Aliens, and NKT squeezing in despite they've been quiet for the whole day. Now they're showing what they have to offer as well.
What's interesting to me is that Alter Ego, they played full squad time better than the others, but they still managed to end up that high. But let's check out the best moments from the boy Donkey.
I love the highlight just now. We can see the devastation and also the frustration of the players being eliminated, but the only one that actually cheering till the end was actually VOIN with 20 points in total with 10 eliminations, but Alter Ego is following closely behind.
Yeah, the double-digit club dominated by the Indonesians, including BTR with 11 points up there. Other than that, looks like the Infinity is still a decent run for them with 7 points collected. PEA 5 points as well, so looking good so far. And everything came from placement points, thanks to the brilliance of YOODO hiding himself.
The patience, man. I mean, if we are in Kiddo's position, I don't know how to do with not being panicked with so many players crossing Alter Ego. They did not check that storeroom. That's the only flaw they displayed here today. But for the rest of the team, NKT is slowly rising up. Will be enough for them to finally pushing in the very last minute. But for RRQ, despite they being bombastic earlier today, now the last Erangel didn't fare so well for them.
Yeah, but despite YOODO too scoring 1 point, but overall today is still a tough day for them. We saw earlier on during the player shot that I thought that they were pretty frustrated with their performance. Tam was not hiding his emotions early on, and it's understandable because they only scored 1 point this time.
Yeah, I agree. Same goes for Disavis, if I'm not mistaken. But still, Disavis, at least they scores better than the side of TODAK. But for the YOODO too, this has been a rough week for them. They have to go back to the drawing board to figure out how to deal with all their flaw to work things out in their last chance stage later. But Alter Ego, like you mentioned before, Cloud, they are way ahead of Boom now.
Yep, officially they have overtaken Boom, and there's no way for Boom to retake the #1 spot. Though it doesn't really matter, but it's more of like flexing. But if I were to look at the overalls as well, VOIN Donkey seems to have a chance of overtaking Boom since, well, obviously Boom isn't playing today.
Now, speaking of the other teams, though, top 8 RNQ is holding that position with 1 point of difference with the Xaviers. Very close indeed. We did mention about 85 to 80 points is going to be the safe bet. But at this point, it's still not that safe yet. And the only two Indonesian teams that didn't get themselves in the Super Sunday slot yet is going to be PIGMY and MORPH. And PIGMY, there's no room for them to actually improve anymore. They're not playing. But for MORPH, it's going to be a tough shot at this.
Yeah, but it's going to be a tougher shot for teams like IQOO, Roy, TODAK, and a tough round for them. MORPH as well. I mean, they only managed to get like 34 points as of now. This shows to me that they truly miss both Bobohu and also Yoru, who left them for newer for other newer teams this season. But we're going to compare the top 2 fraggers here, Rosemary and Razak, the multiple MVP.
I'm loving this comparison, man, because I feel like you can see that Razak feels like the junior version of Rosemary. He's building his momentum. He definitely shows the exact potential, like how Rosemary rising up the past few seasons, and he's one of the favorite players in Southeast Asia right now. Damage-wise, very close. Assist, it's more towards Razak, but when it comes to team contribution, pretty much equal. Now, I'm not surprised if next season somebody or some other orgs will scout out for Razak.
Yeah, not surprised as well that Alter Ego has the most amount of damage at 2,373, and they left our VOIN behind 1,991, and we have BTR there as well. But Sumline comes in as one of the top damage dished out, 1,134 among all these Indonesian giants.
Now, speaking of the Malaysian teams as well, I feel really concerning for the side of Malaysian teams, because I think so far there's only one team that's still in the first page. The rest of them, high chance they have to grind themselves into the last chance stage. But we do have still 2 more Miramar to go, Cloud. And so far, you don't see any Vietnam region taking any chickens for today yet. But VOIN got themselves a double in a day.
Yeah, 2 for VOIN. So far, the record in the day is held by Boom, and now VOIN joins in as well with 2 chicken dinners. If they score a third one, then they would shatter that record held by Boom. But with 2 more rounds, hoping to see a Vietnamese team getting up there. At least we have a good amount of diversity in the overall chicken dinner stats.
Yeah, but the one that actually closest to it is going to be the Xaviers, but unfortunately they're being eliminated quite early. But for Miramar map, we do know it's down to not just the circle, also when you get yourself the high grounds and those elevations, whoever actually rotate faster. So it depends on the flight path of a circle as well. So personally, I feel like 80 is still like in between the grey zone and whether you confirm to get the Super Sunday or not.
I kind of have a rough hunch that 80 is definitely safe now. So looking at how like the borderline 8 to 9, like yeah, because we have to consider as well that like the other teams up there will also continue to collect points. So for them to be pushed down, it seems to be quite hard if you got 80 and above. But hey, you know what? Getting more points, getting more momentum to set up themselves, at least mentally, for the Super Sunday, where it really, really matters. I guess why not, right?
Well, the thing is, it's still going to be dominations when it comes to Super Sunday, because most of the Indonesian teams will take themselves into the Super Sunday. It just shows what kind of level they are at in this tournament right now. So the other teams have to adapt themselves, work things out, just trying to figure out what's the best formulation for them to just try to push the last 2 Miramar maps here, because we do know this might be the explosive round. This is where the highest elimination sometimes happen to be appearing in the very last minute.
Yeah, and speak about last minute, last 2 games. If this is going to be the last sprint for teams, especially at the borderline, to gain the ticket into the Super Sunday. So 2 more rounds to go. And the fact that we're going to jump into a new map with a different grouping, the first game is always very tricky to kind of get a sense of what's going to happen, because obviously we haven't get this team contribution or this group combination in this map before.
I agree, and when it comes to the last map just now, you compare it with the 2 Erangel maps prior. That just now, the last Erangel map was definitely way aggressive, more action, and you can see even the highlights seems to be a bit more longer because there's too many fights happening at the same time. So I assume when it comes to the last Miramar map, we can assume that sort of actions, too many actions happening once more. But when it comes to the first Miramar map, might be things slowing down a bit just to see the rotations, and they try to revise regarding the plans of all the other teams first.
Yeah, and even though some of the teams are a definite no to be in the top 8 anymore, again, a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're new to the format, they still need to collect as many points as possible, because whatever points that they've collected over the past 3 days on 2 days that they play will be carried forward onto the last chance. So if they only collect 11 points, it will be 11 points in the starting. If they collect 50 points, it will be 50 points starting. And that is a massive gap between like maybe the last place and also like the borderline number 9, number 10. So, and they only played like what, 5 games in the last chance. I mean, if you start off like with only like what, 20 points or less than 20, then your last chance campaign is going to be quite tough.
I agree, but the thing is, they put themselves in disadvantage at this point because they didn't gain too much points as a start to get themselves to push up in the last chance stage. But for the Super Sunday teams, I think they definitely already cheering and also relaxing themselves a bit, especially like Alter Ego. I mean, like they're already overtaken Boom. But they are the team that's not known for slacking off, despite they already got themselves in the number 1 spot, because we do know they're always trying to formulate themselves the best performance they can get. And just so we can get to see one flaw, and the flaw was them not checking every single building that they take in the compound with.
Yeah, and if that happened, then well, we wouldn't have seen a Kido lasted that long. But hey, you know what? We gotta give it to Kido as well. Somehow we found that invisible cloak to hide behind Alter Ego and any other team that was close by. So great work by him. And that gave PEA obviously extra points. Now, will there be enough points for PEA to cut across onto the top 8 directly into the Super Sunday? There is still a chance. PEA have to score well in the final 2 rounds.
There's no more just placement points when it comes to the last 2 Miramar maps. They have to score those eliminations as well. Now, speaking of the top 8 we talked about just now, it's just a 1 point difference between RRQ and the Xaviers. Now, RRQ at the 8th place, but they're barely hanging on there because of they were eliminated quite early with 0 points just now. So they definitely want to redeem themselves and solidify the position at 8th place. On the side of the Xaviers, that's why we saw their players camp just now. They were frustrated, their emotions kind of displayed across the screen because they know how many points they're just lacking to just overtake in the top 8. That was so close.
Yeah, the Xavier, one of those who are still trying to find a way to solidify their spot in the top 8. Now it will come down to the last 2 games, and I do like this format. It is entertaining, not gonna lie, and it does go down to the wire irregardless. However, for the teams, if you ask them, they definitely don't like this format because it's just so brutal for them. But you know what? That is the trade-off, right? Whatever that's brutal for them is entertaining for them. It's just like the circle.
Yeah, I mean, like we feel like we are the evil villains because we get to see how challenging it is for the players to grind it all the way. We're talking about real grind, the hardcore grind for the players. Since day one, first game, they have to just perform. There's no slacking off. There's no time for you to, oh, I need a bit of a warming up to do. And there's no more warming up for these guys. We've seen it by Boom and Alter Ego. They just boom, bang away all towards the first and second spot by day 1 and first map of the day. So if this is not a wake-up call for the teams, then that's going to be a problem if they're still not realizing how dire it is for them to just always on their peak performance.
Oh, looks like we jump straight into the game, Juju. So, yep, no delays, and this is really what we want to see, the true action inside the game. So as a start, just to summarize, looks like we still have every player intact, no early elimination. I just wonder how far the circle is from all these teams, or how tricky the circle is. But at least from what we can see here, it is about 1,700, 1,600 meters away from VOIN Donkey.
So it's quite far. So I assume they definitely want to find those vehicles away. And I think there's not going to be a problem for some teams. And we do cover a bit of Montenuevo. So I assume we do have a bit of a northern circle, a bit in the center. Water treatment definitely in the center of it. So do we actually get the water treatment circle again then?
Well, it depends where the first circle is. Okay. I'm trying to guess here. Okay, I see Montenuevo by the side of the circle, so I'm guessing the circle is like somewhere in the middle. Maybe the center point could be around Power Grid or so. So if that's the case, then yeah, all the way up north, Oasis might not be in it.
We're gonna have to wait and see if that's gonna be popping up off screen or not. Well, maybe even water treatment once more has seen a patrol. We haven't seen a lot of St. Martin Circle these days. I do wish we get it once, because St. Martin Circle, when it comes to the last few, right, it's always about the street in between on top of St. Martin to divide the last few circles. Minas Generales, we do have XERXIA. They seem to be peaceful for now, like we mentioned just now. First map of Miram between these two group combinations. This is going to be the first between these two groups fighting against each other. So everybody try to find their footing. Everybody a bit being extra careful, very meticulous, like walking on thin ice. But I love Infinity actually adding touch in this lineup. It seems like they are getting a revamp of lineup, even though it's just a sub of one player to change the roster.
And you know, sometimes it's perhaps like it's the new guy groove. Like comes in, he comes in, new player obviously for the Infinity, or new transfer for the Infinity, that's one, and also making his debut, so he want to prove something to his coach, to his management, that hey, I deserve to be in the main lineup, and this is why. And so far so good for him, nice to see that, but can't say the same for Ventoris.
Oh, here comes FaZe. Seems to be very aggressive since last map until now. They keep on finding their target and found Jiminy. Roy in trouble. We talked about the Vietnam team, and Roy did have the firepower, but when it comes to tactical and their strategy, seems to be a bit of brushing need to be done here. But Mela, as per usual, the starting key player for FaZe Clan, can he find an opening against Roy? Because Valak is taking the off angle far on the right side of our screen right now.
I see Noah on his vehicle, but I don't think they're going to go for it. Because between them and FaZe Clan, it's like an open space. So while they travel to FaZe Clan, they might be shot down. So that's why they're not willing to take that risk. They'll let that one go. Plus, they don't have a full squad. It's not worth it for Roy to really push FaZe Clan at this point.
Not just that, it's way too early. Still 16 teams up there. But for Infinity, we just had that got Turney interview. Turney, oh my god, Nepeko, he did this by himself. He might actually clutch 1v3. They're willingly giving away their bodies. Now 8 has come. There's going to be the support coming in. And help is here and arrives. Snape is here to take it away. Infinity clutch by Nepeko alone.
Wow, I wish we got to see that from the start, because this is the Nepeko that I personally miss. The MVP of PMPL Southeast Asia won back in the day, clutching the Infinity 4-0, and the Infinity, man, earlier today when we started in the interview, we were talking about the Infinity getting close to being the top 8, but with this early elimination, now they might need to plan for the last chance.
Peko, Infinity Slayer. I guess after this, Infinity do hold a grudge against Nepeko. But the problem is, why did Infinity willingly giving away their bodies one by one instead of going in together at the same time? The double pick will actually work so well for Infinity, because it's a one-man show by Nepeko. He doesn't even need the help that he can get.
Well, I'm pretty sure they didn't willingly give it away. It's probably not within their plan, but I wouldn't give it to Nepeko. Like, he got a very, very good angle to spray the Infinity as they were traveling towards his area. So yeah, and I guess if they were, if I was the Infinity, right, probably the information is that, hey, there's only one person. So even if we go all in, like all together, maybe it's like, okay, we trade one, maybe two, and then the rest of you can take out the Beko. But it is the Beko. Okay, we'll get to see a replay here. There you go. This is what exactly happened.
The disrespect of the Beko, we've been punished. But wrath of the Beko right in the face with an AKM and that, my god. That was just a brilliant response by the Beko. The way he swings calmly, just making sure his bullet didn't whiff. That's where things get very high value, high quality sprays from our IQOO player. Despite they actually didn't score any point in the last round, they got the first one to wipe out the entire crew.
Well, okay, now we get to see the circle. All right. So looks like we're gonna get a familiar circle. So far, the left side of one treatment is the center of it, and we got a lot of teams in at the circle as of now. So I guess it'll be interesting to see what might happen on the left side of El Pozo. We got FaZe Clan there, 7-9. Are they going to go up and hike that hill, or are they going to circle around up north and come back in? But look at the elimination team. BTR took up Earth.
I think there's quite a distance. The rest of the team did not exchange bullet for the XERXIA side, didn't respond to it. But I think this is going to be very helpful for the coaching staff, for all the teams, because we have too many times water treatment circle for the past 3 days here. We hardly get anywhere else, so that kind of the trend for week number 1. I don't know if the trend will carry on our Saturday and Super Sunday later on. But back towards YOODO 02 now, Cloud. YOODO 02, it's just tough for week 1 for them. Hopefully they can last long enough in Marama.
Yeah, now it's a matter of collecting as many points as possible to set up the best possible scenario for them in the last chance qualifiers tomorrow. At least as a start, like YOODO 02, they didn't lose any players because for the most part today, they early clash with another team, whether it's a deliberate draw spot, a clash or not, and they lost all their fights. So speaking of YOODO 02, now we have them on screen, and it's only Kid up here all alone against BTR Satar.
He's trying to just find some information to relay back to the roster, and he definitely got a big one here. But the problem is, for him to go down, the rest of BTR already spread out, making sure he cannot get the next zero at all. So there's no way out. I think that's going to be one of the YOODO 02 players cutting road. No, it's actually FaZe Clan. Vintorius Mormon now parked themselves just at the foot of the mountain. I don't think this is the best spot since BTR got quite a clear view for FaZe Clan.
Oh, at least they have the slope to cover themselves. So far, okay. They are also scanning around just to be sure that there's no other teams that could spray them. Smoke popped up, but there's also another reason why they're down there. The vehicle's blown up. So, yeah, they're probably going to be going on foot from here onwards.
Oh man, hardly find himself any vehicles from this view as well. It's gonna be tough for FaZe Clan, but at least the Buggy can just hold 2 players at the same time. But TALON and FaZe Clan, they just having a tough time. BTR on top, there's also TALON just beneath them as well. They got themselves the middle ground, which not gonna be their sweetest spot. It's quite a bitter spot instead. But FaZe Clan kind of stuck in between. BTR next, and now TALON might actually steal away as a third party. Vintorius down, Mormon down. FaZe Clan, they are in shambles. Onzen down to 10%, 20% of HP. This is not gonna be enough for him.
Oh man, pops up a smoke. That's gonna be his probably his last play here. Heals himself up with advantage, no first aids at all, and TALON is coming.
Here comes Misery. He actually tried to, I don't know if this is going to be the right decision coming up from TALON. And there's also BTR, the entire crew is right on top of him as well. But MORPH taking on our IQOO while TALON, oh, Misery! He's trying to put out Onzens out of his misery as well. But lucky enough, Onzen still got 50% of HP. And the Band-Aid will last him just a tiny bit longer. But the problem is, he doesn't have smoke. He doesn't have first aid. The moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be doomsday for Onzens.
Well, the slight good news for TALON is that they have more than 80 points. So that is somewhere around the mark that they could be safe. But for Onzens, too bad. This was something that we kind of expected to happen. BTR rushed in and FaZe Clan take it out. only collected 1 point this round.
Unless if they actually do a bombastic, like out of the world performance for the next Miramar round, then they have to resort to the Saturday match, which can be the last stage. But like you mentioned before, they will carry forward for their points, so they need to get as much points still for the next round. PA, on the other hand, when it comes to this sort of circle, they can't play it safe anymore. This is an open field when it comes to Miramar, so it's no more hiding spot for Kiddo. They have to fight their way in.
Taking the northern side rotation in, I noticed they started on the north, so that gave them an easier entry from there into the circle. Now for Sem9, still traveling around, and they gotta be careful of the hills. As they say, the hills have eyes, and now the eyes are from TALON, just next to each other. Let's see, Sem9 going in for it, but TALON's not interested.
XERXIA do have a view on Sem9 as well. Below you kind of spot them out. I'm not sure if there's any way. Definitely got one shot from RNJ there. They know exactly where they walk into for Sem9. So they definitely want to save their vehicle first and try to park it safely than having a punctured tire later on. BTR also have a view on the side of Sem9. That's a risky move coming out from Sem9 to be in between so many teams. YOODO 2 visited by NKT. Let's go or no?
Oh, Nate tossed by jumper onto the other side. It does connect out the triple F, but we chipped out a little bit of his health. And that gave away the information to NKT that YOODO 2 is just right in front of them. Mr. Joe on the lower ground, trying to gather the information. Jumpers on the other side. And NKT trying to find an opening. If they can get a knock, they go all in on the YOODO 2.
We have a water treatment circle once more, and we are witnessing about YOODO 2 where the circle is not even on top of them. And Kit kind of being separated with the rest of YOODO 2 right now, with Jumper holding this corner by himself. Only a wall to separate him with the rest of the entire roster of NKT, and that goes one. NKT going in all the way. Jumper being executed in an instant to translate into 1 point of NKT, and they want to go for more. Abi and Fredo, how do we respond to this?
Well, that's NKT's signal now, ladies and gentlemen. Waiting to find their next target. Nate tossed across by triple F. Time is on their side. They have about 15 more seconds to go before the zone starts to close, and they will move all the way out to YOODO 2. Abi, Fredo, and Kid still playing, and beautiful. Some shot from triple F. And it's going to be dead for looking at with Bumble Bumble 54 but triple F goes down to Abi. Abi gets that point. Fredo wins against Spider 10, and YOODO 2 defended their ground, though they lost Jumper and Kid, but still they want to fight against NKT.
What a spray by Abi with that UMP. Shredded almost his entirety of his vest, but that was well worth it. Even though they're trying to prone down to have the shot just now, but it didn't work out for the side of NKT. Next we have Valak coming in from Roy. XERXIA, Lobby X not being helped at all, but Valak, he got into so many covers.
Well, Valak surprised his opponent. Ooh, there goes Valak. And now for XERXIA, Megamind and RNJ. So we got RNJ on this high ground. That's the information because Megamind's on the lower ground being shot at, so he has to go and support his teammates somehow. Probably going to go in for an off angle now that he is navigating behind the hill and to come back in.
Problem is, they do have a bit of a problem with the terrain. TODAK do have those high elevation grounds. They have this small shack to take temporary covers, but it's not just going to be them passing by. BTR on the other hand, gatekeeping. YOODO 2 is trying to flee the crime scene they had just now. BTR Satar, I think you need to leave that vehicle while Snake taking on now. YOODO 2 seems like they're having some sort of problem to stay alive, but at least this time they got 4 eliminations. PEA taking the fight against Alter Ego, that leaving them to only 1 player left.
Oh, BTR. Leon Peng is playing this time, and he just got eliminated, unfortunately. Now BTR on the outside of the circle against MORPH, who's looking for their chicken dinner. And now Satar will rush in. He is alone though. Leon Peng is knocked down way far away. No way for this to be saved by Satar. So now he is all alone, going up against the entire MORPH squad.
BTR. Satar need to run from the booth. Barely got enough. Oh, his back being exposed. Hulk taking a bit of a shot and it connects, and that's going to be it. And that's going to be the entire crew of BTR wiped out by the hands of Mr. Flippy with the help of his teammate just now. But they're not done. They split out PEA players.
Oh, XERXIA taken out by Octa, by Alter Ego. Now looking at this, it's not only Alter Ego that is on to PEA, but also MORPH as well. Zero. Also into the smoke, hoping to land on somebody, but on the other side, Octa is making his move. Zero tries to spray him down, but not able to connect anything.
Zero has been quiet for today. We've seen him playing quite aggressive in game number 1 before, but now next PA, they've been firing against Alter Ego so many times. They managed to knock one down before and have another knock. Now leaving only Alter Ego last player standing. It's a 2v1. And Alter Ego, they want to take over the warehouse. Did not expect PA to have a bit of a hiding spot here. But the thing is, Blaze, can he secure the elimination against the number 1 teams? Oh, where are the shots coming out from?
Oh, probably from the outer side because he was by the door. And Poncho will finish him off. That is going to be the second point into the pocket of Alter Ego. PEA eliminated.
With the aid of MORPH from the sidelines, the Boy Chill will be the last play for AE, or Alter Ego still stands, but Alter Ego is quite comfortable right now. We're not worried about them. The one we should have our eyes on to is going to be DZavius. Can they overtake RRQ at 8th place? And RRQ is fighting their biggest contender as well, DX versus RRQ.
And this is the fight that RQ will be pleased to win. And looks like they're fighting back with each other. Lamborghini will go down to the zone. The Beko goes down to Nate. No mercy from the other side. Nice off angle, but no mercy. Not showing any of it to DZavius.
Oh, there's going to be the deadly slope for the side of DZavius. It's so hard for them to land any shots or land any nades due to the slopes. Gravity pulling back the nade to just roll over back towards their side. Paragon trying to do some damage control, but here's a solo player right now. Here comes No Mercy. He goes straight in the face to toss the nade this time. He had enough with the slopes, but the jump shot coming in from Snape. Avada done. And DX definitely cannot secure the 8th position yet because RRQ is still holding on to it.
And they maintain the full squad after that fight. RRQ will be absolutely pleased to eliminate DZavius. Now, if they could eliminate XERXIA, that will be great as well, as XERXIA is still in the game. And when it comes to the amount of points with the 2 remaining rounds, including this one, XERXIA could still catch up to RRQ. But then again, if we look objectively, RRQ, full squad XERXIA, 2 players, RRQ definitely has the upper hand.
Yep, they definitely scores over 70 points by now, and XERXIA scores none, and they only have 2 more players left. Feels a bit dim right now at 11th place, and DZavius, I bet we can imagine the players camp right now at the moment being eliminated by the hands of RRQ. But for MORPH, he's not done. Boy Chill, the last player, still gonna fight back. Alter Ego still have the fight despite they only have 1 player left.
Typical Boy Chill, all alone by the edge of the circle. But then again, for Alter Ego, they'll be fine. But for Fredo, it's not fine right now. RRQ would love that point. And Fredo eliminated. That is it for YOODO to no placement points at all. 4 elimination points.
Speaking of points, it's all down to the circle as well. TODAK, will they get the center? High chance there would be, but Boy Chill being surrounded by the entirety of MORPH. He's been smothered, choke, and not even a breather at all. Boy Chill seems a bit panicky, but here comes the nade coming in, and even a molly. Oh boy, there's no room for Boy Chill, but hey, it's Alter Ego. No worries.
No sweat for Alter Ego. 2 points collected this round, but yeah, it's fine. But for MORPH, okay, a team that could collect as many points as possible against VOIN. Now you look at VOIN, they only got more than 90 points collected at this moment, so they'll be pretty fine as well, whatever the outcome is.
Random blind hand grenade tossed over by the side of MORPH. But VOIN trying to bait out a couple of shots to see if there's anybody nearby. We do know TODAK do have the center, but TODAK, they need the scores to carry over for their Saturday map or matches later. Well, VOIN, they need to cross the road. It's quite an open area, but it's still not quite in the center of the circle, yeah? But I think they have to fight MORPH to get across, but XERXIA, that's the last player.
Yeah, there you go, Megamind. Vehicle blown up in the open. And that's what happens if you rotate around the high grounds, especially at stage 6, where a lot of teams would take this kind of sort of high position, just like what Sem9 is doing right now. And speaking about Sem9, they also have Snape below them, but they do not have the information. So Snape is playing the snaking game.
Sneaking enough or not? I'm looking at you. Hi, Sem9 is still in the game. They're still having a full squad. Same goes for TODAK. We don't see a lot of Sem9 actions yet. But for Zero, they still fight for their life at the slopes of the hill here, fighting against VOIN. The smoke will confuse VOIN for a bit, but how to cut across in such an exposed field for the side of MORPH and VOIN?
Cutting across is going to be difficult here for VOIN, since MORPH is looking at them, and that's the knockdown there. So, Bobo in a position that his teammates cannot save it. And plus MORPH, they're going in for the elimination. Here we go. All the scopes onto VOIN. How is VOIN going to cross now?
Axis spotted out Zero. IQOO taking on TALON. IQOO still getting more points. I mean, like, IQOO definitely solidified their position. Flippy taking on one by one players of VOIN here. And they keep the pressure on Rocky in a rocky position. But he managed to negate those damage away and pop one last player on the side of VOIN. Where is he? He can't help Razak, the star player and the key player, the rising star for this season. Spotted out Say. He still secures one more elimination, but couldn't still translate into one. Razak hoping to get Say, still scores one more. They at least got 2 points in for VOIN before they went down. TODAK
took advantage of the motion and they will secure that point for themselves. And now Cleon, nice knockdown to Hog, but Cleon knocked down instead. He should be okay. He doesn't have to terrain for them to come and save him.
Zero. They need to make it fast because we can see how active IQOO trying to find for more. And TODAK is still trying to hover the crosser to the side of IQOO. And IQOO still got themselves the circle. If they got themselves the chicken for this round, they definitely already go straight into the Super Sunday.
Oh yeah, and they're looking good so far with not only circle, but with the amount of manpower that they still have. There's going to be no mercy at the moment he lands. He scores it against Kenny.
Snape. Here comes a nade. Will slow you possibly and try to aim forward. Swap over through his rifle. M16. Yuhai going for the foot of the mountain, trying to finish off No Mercy. But Yuhai is jeopardizing his own position. But Snapes, despite they got the elevation, it didn't work out as he's planned it should be. But IQOO and Baker take it on Yuhai. That's a crucial pivotal play for Sem9. Once they didn't have Yuhai anymore, Sem9 don't have any other eyes to watch at the foot of the mountain. Now, how do that respond to this? Do he go and save UI, or he try to find the rest of IQOO?
Oh man, it's a tough decision for that, but looks like since Loyu is close by, pickup will happen first. Now, on the outer side of the circle, south of it, it's going to be Roy, with these two players finding their way into the circle. Next is going to be Snape now. Snape on the inside, trying to hold down multiple angles, trying to get the information to allow his other teammates, especially the one on the outside, to come in.
Snipe. Hoping he will connect to a side of Sem9. I managed to have a bit of a reset here. IQOO still having a full squad. They are the only team having a full squad. We're down to only top 5. IQOO, they not having any chicken yet. This, aside from MORPH, these are the two Indonesian teams. The only Indonesian team didn't score any chickens here throughout the 3 days straight of our first week. But TODAK, they got themselves a compound. Roy approaching. Roy, can they do the job with only 2 players left?
Oh, the big goal comes in. We'll finish off that, and that's going to be another point in the pocket of IQOO. 15 eliminations already. They are 2 points away from breaking the count by DCR, and they will even up the numbers now. 16 eliminations for IQOO.
Now, back to the side of TODAK. They're taking it out to the side of Roy, try to flushing them out from the compound, but the circle will shrink even further. This stage 8 will not be forgivable for the teams that's already on the outskirts, and it's not the best spot for the teams in this stage. It's going to be IQOO. They're having the toughest spot that is. They need to deal with MORPH as soon as possible.
Well, the next target is probably going to be Zero, but if only they know that Zero is there. I'm not too sure if they have the information though. Or they're going to focus on the game for the circle and on the teams on the other side instead. But speaking about the other side, Roy slid into the circle. Now they'll be sharing the same compound with TODAK.
Roy At least they still got themselves a circle. TODAK and Roy, they are not in a rush, but RRQ is right now. And time is their biggest enemy. And they have to deal, it's 2v4. They do have the numbers, but the problem is the blue zone will pressure them from the back. MORPH do touch themselves at the rim of the circle, so they're not under the huge pressure of running away from blue zone. But the thing is, due to the uneven terrain, it's so difficult for RRQ to spot the players of MORPH right now.
Goal sprayed by Hulk, the last member of MORPH, second last member of MORPH on the other end. So they cannot afford to be knocked. Asa knocked down by 0 instead. RRQ now coming in, but I don't think he's back. Go!
Nebeko down to only 30% of HP. At least he got 3 first aid, but no throwables. Snake taking on 0. They're not done. They need to wrap things up. Hulk taking on Asa. They still couldn't push forward, not advancing, but MORPH taking 10 eliminations. This is one of the highest eliminations by far. But with one more players left, can they still do the clutch to get themselves the chicken dinner here?
17 eliminations now for RRQ. They have officially broken the record. Now let's see how far can they stretch the record now. As for the other teams, we are at stage 9, so it's over close entirely. RRQ, 3 players left. Same goes with TODAK. MORPH has 1 and Roy has 2. Screen onto RRQ. Probably that's an indication that they might secure the chicken dinner, but then again, let's not forget about TODAK as well, with the slightly higher percentage of getting the chicken dinner.
MORPH, Hulk, slowly crouching towards the center. While TODAK still have to deal with Roy, they're just having those compound, and finally RRQ wrapped things out against MORPH. Now the next target is going to be TODAK. MORPH eliminated at 4th, but they got quite a hefty amount of eliminations down there. Roy, on the other hand, still trying to figure out how to shut down on TODAK, but it's just so difficult due to their low numbers, but equal out the odds. It's 2v2 right now, it's winnable, but RRQ, this is their chance to score those chicken here.
RRQ comes down from TODAK. Toss from Roy. Space belt Nobody now. Critical health. He has to retreat, he has to reset, and he's A-OK. Knocked down, but Snape is there to counter fire. Onto Iftar. TODAK eliminated. Number 3, 2 elimination points. Now it's between RRQ and Roy.
It's 2v2. Roy, despite being pressured by TODAK for such a long time, but due to the pressure of the Blues, and they have to leave the compound. Volak, they don't have any throwables. They're running low of ammunition. Last first aid, no throwables to pressure on the side of RRQ. Whilst the RRQ in the same state, no helmet even on Snake. He needs to run. The Blues are closing in. Volak managed to shut down on 1. RRQ failed to do so. Roy, finish off the day. Such a triumph. Big victory. And Vietnam team finally get the chicken of the day, Cloud.
Now for the first time in this season's of PMSL, we will see all 4 regions having their own flag on the chicken dinner chart. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Roy to the club. But then again, RRQ, despite not scoring the chicken dinner, they have created a new record for the most eliminations in a single round for a team.
Roy, high potential. Team Flash already given us the premonition what's gonna happen if we undermine Roy. And this is the team that we did not highlight enough. Their firepower, their strategy, their patience being displayed in their peak performance in the last Miramar map just now. We still have 1 more map to go, but just now, it was an incredible run for Roy with a total eliminations of 4. But will this be enough for them to be in the Super Sunday, or they still have to grind their way towards this last chance Saturday?
Yeah, they're definitely collecting points in preparation for the last chance because they are quite far away. But with 4 elimination points collected by Roy, it is still definitely going to be RRQ above them in terms of total points collected this round. But we still have to give the MVP definitely to Tusk with the most damage, just now 470 with the same amount of eliminations as Balak, which is 2, and that is the most collected in the team. And here we go, Tusk with 2 eliminations, 470 damage, 228 damage received, 34% team contribution, and the maximum survival time 28 minutes and 37 seconds.
Quite a decent amount of headshot at that for damage distribution, but Tusk did so much support and open up so much opening for the teams to just get themselves those knockdowns, especially against TODAK before. The only contender that's stopping them from getting those chicken dinner just now was actually TODAK. But back towards these stats, we have the Vietnam team squeezing in here as Roy get himself quite a number of data down there.
Yep, and that's what we expected. RRQ's up there as well. But besides these two teams, MORPH is here as top 4, and including TODAK as well with a within the top 4 too. So the one that's missing here is from the Thai region, but it's okay. It's now all about the points collected by all these teams. And Roy, full squad time maximum. That means they did not lose anyone to the end. But here we go. Best moments from Roy.
Now they scored themselves the most elimination, and this is breaking even the past season's elimination, man. This is 21! 21!
Wow! Beat that! Any other team beat that number this season, ladies and gentlemen. 21 eliminations. That is 1/3 of the lobby taken out by RRQ. This will be a number that will stay here for quite a while.
This is insane performance by RRQ. I don't know what overtake them, what possessed them to be this monstrous team right now. That's so fierce. Despite Roy got himself those chicken to be pushed down, and there's still a huge gap between 27 points and 14 points at that.
If only RQ scored the chicken there, they would have collected 31 whooping points. But 27, I mean, can't complain about that. But on page number 2, the Infinity, they were on the chase for the top 8, but with a 0-point round. The next round, we need to look at the overalls, but I don't know if they'll be able to get into the Super Sunday directly now.
Oh, for me, I will be worried for Vampires as well. If these areas start to go crazy for the next one as well, the Vampire, despite they got 80 points, like we mentioned, the standard numbers, they might actually be pushed down as well. Well, at least things really happen, like I mentioned. There's going to be the crazy breaking the record map for the teams that wants to go eliminations. 117 Alter Ego, well, they are very comfortable up there. Same goes for VOIN and BARUZ. But look at the 8th and 9th place. Vampires, can BX still chase them out or not? Well, the side of RRQ, they should up all the way from 8th place just now up to the 4th place. The top 4 all taken by the Indonesian teams.
And you have a small gap there, and then you have BTR and TALON. And you still have one more round to go for those two teams to push down Team Flash, because Team Flash is not playing. So we might see a stack here for the Indonesians. This is crazy. 1 to 6 or 1 to 7, all Indonesians. That is just insane. But you did mention it right. Vampire Esports now. Okay, D-Savior is 14 points away from Vampire, and they do have chicken dinner, so the tiebreaker would favor D-Savior, even though they have the same amount of points. So now Vampire, they are sweating.
Oh my god, they really wish these Xaviers don't get those crazy hefty amount of donations just like how RRQ did. But they show potential, they can do it. Well, we talked about there are a lot of Indonesian teams taking the domination of all the top 8. The only 2 teams out of the 8 teams did not get into the Super Sunday. It's going to be PIGMY and also none other than MORPH. Right now, MORPH, they might actually have to resort towards the last chance on Saturday. Same goes for PIGMY, especially PIGMY, they're done for the day. But the other teams as well, I mean, not much of progress for the bottom 4.
Yeah, I mean, now the benchmark, the bare minimum benchmark is 80 points because of a Vampire. But of course, all the other teams will be collecting points along the way as well. So I guess, if I were to put it simply, teams on page number 2 will be preparing for the last chance qualifiers instead. So it is still crunch time for them because they want to get the best start possible on Saturday.
That's true. And I know a lot of you guys have been confused about this recent format which we had since the start of the year of this new entirety of PMSL 2024. But before that, this is the highest. We never have 3,000 over damage cloud. And the gunslinger now taken over by RQ at 3,899. The highest we had before was 2,900 over.
Well, we had an early 3,000 with BTR, but now a high 3,000 with RRQ, almost touching the 4,000 mark. I mean, this is definitely going to stay there for quite a while now. And between them and MORPH, it's like what, 1,800 difference? That is just crazy. That is like more than an average of a single team's damage output. But with boys securing the chicken dinner, so we have all the regions having their own chicken dinner for today. Now it's going to be the question of which region will take home the final chicken dinner.
Well, RQ, they never scored a chicken yet. Despite they just shoot out all the way to 4th place, by the way. It would be great if they can just have that finishing touch by the end of the day. But also we want to see, can DX overtake Vampires in the very last minute? Now Vampires, oh my god, they're biting their nails. They said 80 is like the safety point. Like, don't feel like it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, 14 points for the Xavier. It's like, if they have a good round, it's like what, chicken dinner plus 4 eliminations, and that's about it. So 14 points is very, very doable, especially with a team like the Xavier, who we saw earlier today, able to collect a good amount of points in a single round. So yeah, Vampire, they are definitely watching this today. They're probably watching it on the Thai stream, but still watching this and sweating their pants now.
They'll be like, oh. But when it comes to these Xaviers, all they need to do is to make sure their survivability first. They've been executed and being eliminated quite early for the past few rounds, but they have to be slightly aggressive, not so much. I mean, if they didn't score any chicken dinner, if they try to play as third party, it's still doable for them. Like, even if they got themselves in the top 5, that's more than enough. That's why they start to open fire. All they need to do is just to make sure they survive until the top 5.
Yes, and yeah, of course they can gain a few more eliminations. That will be great along the way, because there's still some competition behind the Xavier as well, because the points are close enough in the Xavier's bracket too. So they just want to make sure that, okay, they overtook a Vampire, but they are not overtaken by any other team. So that's just as an insurance policy. I mean, it's fun to watch this final round because of not only Xavier, but potentially other teams around the Xavier bracket can also overtake Vampire.
That's true, and there's a lot for them to fight for, especially for the team that actually at the bottom 16, even though they couldn't make it through for Super Sunday, but they need the points to work things out for their last stage on Saturday, where the points will be carried over on Saturday for the points that they have garnered now. For Super Sunday, they're going to have to restart at 0, so that's going to be a different story. And especially with Alter Ego, don't have anything else to lose, and VOIN as well, and BIGETRON pretty much kind of secure themselves in the top 8. They definitely will try to go for more eliminations here, so the risk is going to be only on the Xaviers.
Well, that's why the camp now is on all these teams, especially the Xavier. Oh man. It sucks to be Xavier at this point. I mean, the pressure's onto them. Oh my goodness. I can feel the tense of Xavier now.
Oh, they're not even smiling, but we do have a bit of a swap. Zeta is back. We do know he's one of the key players for VOIN. He's very aggressive player as well. But Maxius did not did actually do quite well in the past round, and KT as well, but they do have a bit of swap with Spider.
Oh, Isan is coming. Okay, so he's making his debut for NKT. Interesting. So NKT, one of those teams who are playing this out just to collect points to prepare themselves for the last chance qualifiers. So probably that might be Isan starting with the last chance qualifiers. We don't know. Maybe that's why they're giving him this round to kind of prep himself out for the last chance qualifiers. That could be part of the strategy.
Oh, speaking of strategy, will it work things right for all the players, especially all eyes onto the Xaviers? This is so crucial for them. They're competing against a team that's not playing here today. That's difficult for them as well. So on the side of the others, all they want to go for, it's going to be getting more points for their Saturday match. Later set for MORPH and PIGMY, of course. MORPH, on the other hand, have to focus on also their Saturday maps.
Yes, and same goes for TODAK as well. So yeah, they will need to be focusing on to collecting points as well in preparation for the Saturday match. Well, I guess it's an up and down campaign for TODAK, but still all hope is not lost, because the Saturday match will give them another new lease to potentially move on to the Super Sunday. But here are the lights, ladies and gentlemen, that just shows that we are ready for the flight. So let's head on to our final match of the group stage.
Still cannot get over the fact that they secured 21 points. We don't even get 21 eliminations last season. I think the highest last season was around like what, 19?
Yeah, you're I have a memory of a goldfish, so
I definitely feel like it was 19, not more than 20. Definitely not more than 20 though.
Okay. Probably. I mean, if normally if I'm asked questions related to numbers, I like to be precise, but yeah, with a memory of a goldfish, yeah, I probably need to check my notes again for last season. But this season, definitely this number is going to be up there for a long time. 21 eliminations. Let's remember that number. It may last the entire season.
True to that, because it's so difficult to see those numbers. Back in the days, it's definitely a bit more easier, but with the circle, with the format, and plus with so many things has changed since the dawn of PUBG Mobile. This is so difficult to see over 20 eliminations these days. But we do see a bit of a flight path favoring on the right side, but with the circle favoring around water treatment area again. NKT dropping themselves way early. This is the first southern circle. Can we see Patona for once? I want to see Patona in these new places. We don't have Los Higos anymore, but southern side of Los Leones is also a high chance of us getting those circles.
You know the theory about wishing for something in a relationship? So the theory is that if you wish for something in a relationship, like, oh, I wish my husband was so-and-so, you probably get the opposite. So if you wish for Patona, you probably get Los Leones. And I know how you feel about the Los Leones circle.
Oh no! Please no, we've been there, we've done that. My god, that's gonna be the longest last map of the day because everybody's just like, nope, peekaboo, I see you. But maybe it's gonna be a different story because of how many teams, especially the one that actually secured themselves in the top 7 that we are looking across the board right now, especially all the top 5 Indonesian teams, AE, VDR, QBTI and Talon, don't have anything else to lose anymore. They can try to have fun and experiment some stuff and try to just easily, no pressure on their back, and just get those eliminations here.
Yeah, 90 points above, I would say they're fine. Even BTR as well. I will put some, maybe a slight risk for Talon, but at least Talon is still playing this round, so they can still collect points. It's just that unfortunate that Vampire Esports, they could not do anything. Okay, but we also got to highlight Nabeko here, right? As an individual, 12 eliminations. Let's remember this number as well for an individual player. 12 eliminations out of 21. That is more than half for RRQ.
That's insane for one single player. 12 and 21. You get the reverse of those numbers. You get Nabeko of it. That's insane for one particular player. I mean, like, we do know Nabeko can go crazy, just like how Red Face or even like Rosemary, they are all the same potential player. My god, these guys never know how to stop. There's no limit about how they can grow even better day by day, season by season.
Yeah, RRQ, I mean, they didn't really have the best of starts like in day 1, but well, it doesn't matter how you start, right? It matters how it ends. So right now it ends in a glorious moment for RRQ with just that one round and that one insane round. Now they're above BTR, even 90 plus points. They can chill out this round, and if they truly want to flex, I mean, just get 8 points and you join the triple digit club.
For the Xaviers, on the other hand, I mean, XERXIA is still also within reach. Same goes down to probably Infinity, I guess. That's still kind of... But the best bet is going to be in between the Xaviers and XERXIA. They still have a shot at getting those top 8. Because 80 is the number they want to beat it. If they got 81 or even get a better placement or extra chicken than Vampire, then they have more than enough to push down Vampire. As long as they keep the 80 points in the world. But Valak, Roy, after that last round of chicken, they definitely powered up at their performance quite early for aggression here.
And so happened Roy and FaZe that happen to have the exact same amount of points now. So to eliminate each other, it will be a pleasure for Roy since they will definitely meet in the last chance tomorrow. But with this sort of distance between the two of them and this terrain, unless there's a clear indication like a 1 or 2 knocks, then maybe we won't see that frontal confrontation by either side.
But the thing is, Roy, sometimes when things are not favorable enough for them, when the fight is a bit too far, there's a chance they will part ways and try to get something more beneficial for them, like looting. But in this case, will they actually chase down on FaZe Clan? It feels like they're following the steps of FaZe Clan, shadowing their movement as well, just moving in parallel motion as FaZe Clan. TODAK just now was pretty okay. But the thing is, TODAK, like you mentioned previously, they're hot and cold, like a roller coaster ride of their life. They just having a problem to stay consistent with a point for every single round.
Yeah, they're hot and cold, just like every dinner date I have. You know, I like to have a hot drink, and my date likes to have the cold drink. So that is
hey, at least you have a date now. Hey.
That was me remembering 20 years ago. So,
oh my god.
Yeah, I forgot to end my sentence. Yeah, but that's the current case of TODAK, unfortunately.
Oh man, TODAK, I think Cloud needs your help, not the other way around. But back to Infinity. I personally feel like Infinity is more stable with touch. I just wish they actually implement touch way early on, because it feels like the chemistry and the dynamics of Infinity is way more lively and way more confident with touch. But at the same time, maybe they are experimenting some stuff to implement on for their Saturday map or match later on.
Yeah, at this stage, I guess it's more about planning for the Saturday match, like what you say. So even though if it's like, oh, let's try to swap in players, yeah, this is the best timing, you know. Not to say that they have nothing to lose, they still have points to gain because to set up for the Saturday match. But you also want to ensure that you're prepped up for the Saturday match and you have a very short amount of time. Not like you can scrim in between just to try things out. No, you make this is all you can use to sort of prepare yourself for the Saturday match. So I do agree with that. Putting in through touch, we do see a slight improvement in the Infinity in at least one of the rounds. But for the Miramar match, putting him in, maybe there needs to be a fine tune. But then again, it's only one match, so it's kind of hard to judge as well.
Speaking of fine tuning, I mean, like IQOO definitely got that perfect tune just now. Hopefully they don't drop the ball for this one, because you know it kind of anticlimactic to see them to be early eliminated, because that's what happened to IQOO. They have very bombastic round. They're the type of the teams that give you so much hope for the next one after their previous round was so extremely extraordinary, but the next one sometimes they drop the ball. But in the case of BTR, well, these are the comfortable teams, we say, between IQOO and BTR. We don't really mind whoever goes down first, because it doesn't impact when it comes to the Super Sunday later.
Yeah, it's more of bragging rights. The fact that Leon secures the first bird for BTR. First bird for Leon Punk. And the second one to Luxy. You can see that even BTR, like, they know they have qualified. So they put in the two subs here, Luxy and Leon Punk.
Back to it's the side of IQOO. They being eliminated, two of them down. At least the Peco and No Mercy is still alive. No Mercy is the best survivor. What? Wait a second.
Whoa!
Wait a second. This is interesting. Patona?
Ooh, okay, I like the chance. I'll take any chance right now. Right? I'll take any chance to get a Patona circle. I mean, you renamed the place. You know, you made a few adjustments with Patona. Might as well have it in the official tournament.
Yep, we want to have a glimpse of Patona. Let us see the place with a new name, aside from the truck stop, of course. But I wish just on the south of Los Lunas, they just put Los Higos there, just because they can, because there's nothing to call it. There's such a big space on the south of Los Lunas without a name. That's kind of awkward. But back to his alter ego. Oh, YO2? They're still fighting it, but they are in the blue zone. And we saw Sem9 just now actually get themselves into possibly Patona.
Oh, okay. I really want to see what's happening with YOODO 2. Okay, here we go. So Leon is the one that's knocked down. YOODO 2 could potentially secure this point. Abi is there, so yeah, definitely Leon will go to the hands of Abi. But where the rest of BTR, I wonder though. So the fact that Leon is nowhere to be saved, I think, yeah, they left Leon here to dry, and the rest of BTR, they focus on to try to get into the circle then.
I mean, like, these are the teams that we do know that they just experimenting some stuff, you know, like Alter Ego, VOIN. These are going to be the top teams right now. We're just having fun with whatever they are doing right now. They're just trying things out. But speaking of which, the teams, where is the axe? I do want to see where the axe is. And by the way, I noticed some chats coming up from the side of TikTok. You guys are from the Middle East. Ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to the stream. Don't forget to sub our PUBG Mobile esports scene as well, so you get to know all the updates in the total tournament competitive scene of PUBG Mobile. But still, IQOO well and alive with the two players, Cloud.
IQOO, yeah. Whatever happens, right? It doesn't matter for IQOO at this point. Like what you said, I'm more interested to know where Xavier is at. How are they doing? Where are they at this moment? So we haven't got a glimpse of Xavier yet. Hopefully we get to see that soon. But for the Infinity, now with 3 touch in the lineup, they're making this later rotation to the circle, but they came in from the left side of it, and they don't seem to be challenged at all. So it should be okay for stage 2, at least for the Infinity.
But hold that thought for a second. It's not just DX. XERXIA do have a shot at this as well. And for the side of XERXIA, they're not hiding too much. Like DX, I don't think even our observers can spot them out. They're hiding really well, just for the sake of survivability. They might actually listen to our casting prior to this, before they start the round, knowing that they need to survive a bit longer. That's why even the observers cannot even spot them out. They're just so well in a certain cave, possibly, hiding it so much. But do you think XERXIA can actually take over DX or even Vampire at this stage, with only 5-point difference between them and Xavier?
Well, if only we get a glimpse of where they are now, exactly. Yeah, they'll probably be able to come up with something more of a solid opinion. But okay, when we first started, the Xavier, they actually dropped into Lost Lotus. And the circle is like kind of down south there. So the circle is number one favors the Xavier. For XERXIA, they dropped not too far away from Lost Lotus, somewhere out south. So in theory, with the circle going down south, perhaps we may see the Xavier and XERXIA fight with each other, and that will be super duper interesting. But that is something that a Vampire would want to happen as well.
Yep, they're definitely praying for that while they're sitting and watching at the same time. But on the side of Sam 9, they are a bit far-fetched to get themselves in the Super Sunday, but at least they will get a good momentum when it comes to the last chance later on. RIQ being spotted out by Kenny, but they just let the opportunity slip by with the very fast and furious driving coming up from the two players of RIQ. But the thing is, FaZe Clan heard those gunshots, and that's attracting FaZe Clan towards the direction of possibly Sam 9.
Oh, look at this, the people taken out. And now Yuhai knocking down Onsen to be able to secure that elimination point. It goes onto the hands of Yuhai. And of course, Sam 9 and FaZe Clan, they'll be happy to cancel out each other because both teams will be seeing each other in the last chance qualifiers.
YOODO 2, BTR. Fredo is down and got finished off. We don't see any actions yet from YOODO 2. Most of the actions we're actually witnessing is whether they get ambushed, they try to defend, but never offensive side. But RQ, you know what? I don't think I jinxed it. They definitely dropped the ball, but I feel like they put so much focus on the last map with that crazy amount of eliminations, and they just want to rest right now. I feel like that's the case here for RQ.
Yeah, and well, to them it doesn't matter, right? Like, it's an early chill night for them. They can chill for even tomorrow as well. So yeah, they have done the work. They did the business. I'm sure the coach, the manager wouldn't mind it. So it's like, yeah, you guys can do whatever now. You guys did great. It's fine.
They get early dinner at least than the rest of the teams. Well, hopefully it's a great dinner prepared by the coaching staff as well. But the circle will shrink even further. It's no more Patona down there. So now we'll leave the Patona area, not even crossing the bridge yet. But we do see touch at the edge. DX in the center. Now this is going to be interesting because if they are in the center, they will have to defend it as long as possible. But YOODO 2 and BTR is not letting them slip by. Sam 9 taking advantage as a third party.
Yeah, I know this XERXIA is by the rim of the circle up north too. So XERXIA might see a lot more action. But YOODO 2, 3 points this round. So they will end their group stage campaign at the last place. But it's not about placement, it's about the points collected in order for them to prepare for the last chance qualifiers. Now on the elimination feed, we can see BTR, another player, take it out. But BTR is in the same situation as RRQ. They'll also be like, yeah, whatever happens, it's fine.
But they got themselves 5 eliminations. I mean, like, they can rest now. They maybe just want to crack that triple digit of 100 points if they want to. But TODAK versus Sam 9. Now, this is going to be crucial between these two teams. They both needed the points for this Saturday or tomorrow's match as well. Kenny tossing the nade to a side of Tom. Could down to 50% of HP. That bleeding out. Iftar trying to execute and translate it into 1 point while you are taking the flank side.
Oh, nade sent across. Here by two different teams onto Sam 9. It's not fun being Sam 9 at this moment. FaZe Clan on the right side, TODAK on the left side, and they will both close in on Sam 9 together.
TODAK, Tam, Real, Iftar. Back to NKT. Infinity got Tony in trouble. Sam 9 on their end. They have to go for a retreat, finding themselves covers. But the problem is, the moment they found themselves covers, it's going to be TALON on the other end. Look at Red FaZe cooking up the nade, tossing it out straight into their faces, but didn't actually connect yet.
Here we go, Red FaZe coming in. Shoots through the window, but not able to connect any shots. But on the left side, there's someone else as well. So Red FaZe now surrounded by the members of Sam 9, goes up to the high ground. Red FaZe preparing himself for any potential backstab from Kenny.
Kenny, they need to overflank Red FaZe in the case, but TODAK being eliminated, only 1 point. At least they got a point out of this. But Sam 9, they saw Red FaZe now. Drop the nade or spray, but he didn't get it right.
Wait, no.
Misery.
Oh, Misery, nice cover fire from the lower ground, and now Kenny knows that Yoru is there. Going on to Yoru, Kenny Get a little bit of a rest and YOODO! He will not miss a shot. And now he has Danny to deal with. Here we go.
Ooh.
1 shot, 2 shot, and YOODO! Double elimination back to back.
That was classy. Coming up from YOODO with quite a premium shot, and he didn't even whiff any of it. One easily tapped out from those DVSs, and that's going to be YOODO. But next, it's going to be TALON trying to gain more elimination numbers. They want to be right on top of IQOO, perhaps in this case. 4 eliminations secured, while NKT on the other side of the compound across the street. Well, we do have FaZe Clan. Now FaZe, they have to fight NKT to cut across to the center.
Here we go. Speaking about cutting across, it's going to be FaZe Clan. But look at the elimination feed, and XERXIA, they are getting to another fight as well. Okay, both XERXIA and Xavier. At this point, they have not been eliminated yet. Okay, it's going to be circle time as well, ladies and gentlemen. Do keep an eye on the minimap. And Xavier has to be on the circle. XERXIA has to find a way in.
It's versus Roy right now. Roy 2 down with 1 trade by Lobby. XERXIA, this might be it. They need the points. This is the time. They got the opening. But Roy and Jiminy cooking up the nade. If they're not being careful, they're actually walking straight into the trap of Nate galore. But on the side of Roy, they're fighting back. It's 2v3 right now. As XERXIA, they are desperate for the points. RNG going in for the eliminations. But the shots coming out from the back line.
Oh, but there was a huge nade drop by RNJ. By the way, RNJ can't be picked up. But now FaZe Clan they do have NKT in the same compound. The 4 points, but now put the focus back onto NKT. Spinning the ground against their opponents from FaZe Clan. Here we go.
NKT try to flash out with that Molly. FaZe Clan Mormon down to only 10% HP. Finally knocked down. BTR also being eliminated here. The top contenders. Nobody wants to know about them right now. But we want to know about TALON. Can they actually take advantage against FaZe Clan? And NKT also want to get more points before they're heading into the last chance stage tomorrow. Mr. Joe, what will you do? They spotted XERXIA. Oh, not XERXIA.
Oh, man. Not XERXIA. XERXIA, they are chasing points. But anyway, XERXIA, they wouldn't mind some fights too because they need to chase the points anyway. Let's see here. XERXIA may come in as the third party. Now, keeping an eye on to them while NKT is busy with FaZe Clan. Both teams talking with each other. Okay, XERXIA now busy with VOIN. Here we go.
XERXIA taking the risk anyhow versus VOIN. Razak, he's going to be the top key player, but he's on the ground. Z running him down. XERXIA, they're trying to get the points as much as they can to overrun these Xaviers and take down Vampires from the top 8. They're dominating right now. They have a shot at this with 3 points on Megamind by himself. Lobby extra to finish off the rest of VOIN. And down to only 2 more players on VOIN. And it's gonna be tough for them because right now they might actually be discovered by MORPH across the other side of the map as well.
And XERXIA have overtaken the Xavier, but the Xavier is still in the game though. So anything can happen with the Xavier. But the golden number now is 80 points for XERXIA. At this moment, we're back on FaZe Clan versus NKT. Here we go, Mela. FaZe gets 1, and Mela gets 2 by the way, but Triple M follows up, not able to get the knockdown onto Mela. Mela relocates that one. He reloads on Triple M through the smoke. Surprises Mela, and FaZe Clan is out.
That was a close one for NKT as well, but for FaZe Clan, they have to resort to back to drawing board for what have to change for tomorrow. MORPH, on the other hand, is gatekeeping on the side of Rocky from VOIN Donkey. And things are not doing great for VOIN. They do have Sita down there. MORPH, on the other hand, Flippy trying to find an entry point. We do see a bit of a glimpse of P8 on the other side, but Rocky Fanatic got finished off. MORPH will gatekeep whoever tried to cross about, but Rocky will have to bow out from the blue zone. Now, on the side of XERXIA, it's down to only 1 player. They took the risk, but the risk, is it worth it now? They're overtaken DX, and DX don't want to even make a sound.
And they do have the middle circle still. I mean, to be fair for XERXIA, it's a go big or go home moment for them, right? And whatever happens, they still collected these points in preparation for their last chance qualifiers if they do not qualify straight onto the Super Sunday. So yeah, I guess for XERXIA, if I were there, I'll probably make the same move as well. But for the Xavier, the bare minimum for them to overtake Vampire Esports is 14 points. Chicken dinner plus 4 eliminations. I mean, it's the Xavier.
But how much longer they will stay quiet? Probably until the top 6 or top 5. But SZ, despite his being solo player, he's still taking advantage of what he can have. He bombarded one player across the map, but right now he's trying to flee and get himself in a better position, while MORPH trying to shut down on Zeta and the rest of VOIN, who is flying over the head of Zero just now.
It was his own teammate, so that's fine. That's fine, right? If it was someone else, then I'll have a lot of questions there. But for MORPH, Zay, they did up by Erzi. He's not going down without a fight.
Zero. VOIN finally being eliminated by the hands of MORPH. They scored himself a 4. But Zay still bleeding out. Spotted out Alter Ego. Zero. Will he go help for his friend or go straight for the Alter Ego teams? Well, Z. Oh, this is going to be a tough one for him to get into the center. And D-Zave is still having a full squad at that.
Well, MORPH right now by the rim of the circle. And since they're also preparing themselves for the last chance, they wouldn't mind to collect as many points as possible in this round. And they have the chance to try to block out Erzi. Now pressure's on the Erzi since the zone is closing.
Oh boy. Erzi, he's still taking the risk though. He's trying to get himself in a perfect spot. He can actually hide it out because 7 eliminations plus a chicken dinner is still not going to be enough. He still need more points. How many points? Probably 3 or 4, but he's sharing Hulk's face! Wait, how? Wow! Hulk just bombarded himself because of the vehicle driven by Erzi.
Well, to be exact, Erzi needs 9 eliminations with a chicken dinner. But no, he's not 10% of health. It's very unlikely for him to come unless he can clutch MORPH somehow. But MORPH needing out the race of the UFC, and that is it for XERXIA. XERXIA will not see Super Sunday directly. They will play the last chance qualifiers tomorrow.
Now down to the Xavier. 7 teams remaining. Will they still stay quiet? We mentioned about 80 points is the magical number for them. They need to get a chicken plus some eliminations or vice versa. As long as they get more than 80 points, that's going to be confirmed. Even 81 points by the end of the day, it's more than enough for them to march into the Super Sunday. But for MORPH, they're not going to give it away easily with Rosemary and Altiga still having a full squad. They want to get the highest eliminations as they can go for Alter Ego up there.
Now, frankly speaking for me, I'm interested to see what the Xavier is going to come out with. Chicken dinner and 4 elimination points at least for the Xavier. Okay, circle time. And the Xavier still has to circle. My goodness. Lady Luck is shining out the Xavier. Now it's up to them to do the business.
I swear to God, Vampires Run is biting their nails, waiting if the Xaviers can actually be eliminated or not at this point. Because they do get the compound, they got themselves quite a building, and plus they got themselves the circle. Now all they need to do right now is the perfect time for them to actually start shooting. Because if they're not trying to get any eliminations, it's going to be tough for them still.
Well, based on their position, they're in a role to wait for the other teams to come to them. They do have the circle advantage with the compound and other teams just on the outside of them. So they can wait. They can play the waiting game right now. But for PEA, not play the waiting game, they're going to go in. Oh, okay, there you go. They play the waiting game, and KT is the other team closest to them. And the God will give the Xavier the first point this round.
1 point for now. PA march straight into 0. My God, Traxy, what was he thinking? MORPH surprised by PA's rotation and advancement. But Kido, the last player, he's still trying to survive solo by himself again. PA eliminated with 0 elimination, but at least they scored himself a couple of points, positioning points there. But for the Xaviers, this is the time for them to take actions. They need those 4 eliminations. We might actually get it. They got 5. They got 5, Cloud. They have a shot at the chicken.
They got 5 now, and all they need at this moment is to score a chicken dinner. Okay, all in right now. Okay, hang on a second. Where's that last player? Oh, it's already cleared out, I guess. Oh, triple M. Yeah, there you go. Burned out by shadows. So that should be number 6 for D0. Man, they got a good chance. But wait a second. They have to fight the big boss right now, Alter Ego. Those are side quests. The last player was NKT, Mr. Joe.
Wait, they got Rosemary. But wait, even if they got second, if they got around 8 eliminations, that's going to be more than enough as well. And that's going to be an option that they do have. But Alter Ego already lost one member. That's going to be the biggest threat for them. NKT is just Mr. Joe. But the rest of Alter Ego, if they do not save Rosemary, this is going to be a crucial, important moment for these Xaviers. But Octa is going out to save Rosemary.
Oh man, this is where Mr. Joe is praying that he's not being shot down. Now, Mr. Joe, he still had the objective of collecting as many points as possible for the last 10 qualifiers, but for Alter Ego, well, this is more like a serious scrim for them. They still have a full squad, but you can see all the shots now focused to Mr. Joe.
Yeah, Mr. Joe just smirked himself up. Every eyes onto Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe, good luck, have fun. Valley got himself the rim of a circle, but Nate, the only one without execution, without eliminations here. The others, Shadows, Lamborghini, and Persian got himself 2 eliminations each. While Nate tried to find Mr. Joe as well. Mr. Joe might be the solution for the Xaviers, but Mr. Joe will not give it away freely.
Oh man, I can imagine, well, since we're from the future, right, I can imagine in the future my WhatsApp group will go insane now with, Penny will just go crazy. Oh, because it's looking real good for this area, not gonna lie here.
Oh my god, if they can secure 8 eliminations, that's gonna be, or even 9 eliminations, they don't need that chicken. They can place themselves second, but they need to take 3 players out more. 3 more players. 1 is going to be Mr. Joe, if they can actually secure those eliminations, and 2 players of Alter Ego. If they score second, that's going to be enough. If they score a chicken, that's definitely going to be 100% confidence for them to be in the Super Sunday, and Vampires will be devastated.
Point you got Mr. Joe. Oh no, the point is not given to Xavier. Okay, now Xavier will need to win the fight against Alter Ego. Here we go. This is insane right now. Stage start is over close entirely. Both teams pretty much on the same edge of the circle.
Oh, it's been closed by the Blue Zone first. This is too nerve-wracking. These Xaviers can make it end in the very last minute. Everything is on the wire, and it's gonna be their lifeline at stake here. DX. Nate being shot. Rosemary down to 30% HP. Nate healed back up. Paragin spotted out. Those actually jumping down. Alter Ego all on ground. Nobody on the compound anymore. Alva down to only 10% of HP left. Here comes Paragin. He's taking the risk, but never mind. He made a U-turn. Don't want to jeopardize the entire team.
Someone got Rosemary, and they eliminated Rosemary. Rosemary out, and they lost their main fragger. This is now Xavier all in on the Alter Ego. Very soon they send across on the side of Alter Ego. Who will it land onto? Nobody just yet. But look at this when it comes to terrain advantage. It's still definitely Xavier.
Oh, look at the nades galore coming from Alter Ego. They'll be saving it for the exact moment here, but didn't clip any. It's not going to be enough for the distance. But these Xaviers, they're going to go for it. Here comes another lob of nade. Chipping down them bed by bit. Alter Ego. They lost 1 man. The numbers on the X side, but it's back to 3v3. Shadows on the ground bleeding out. So close. 2v3.
Will be able to do it. He's picked up Shadows. There's a man about it. And then it's Nate. Knocking down Alpha. 1 more to go. This is impossible.
Oh, Lamborghini knows. Lamborghini knows. We made it, guys. They like in disbelief, or they're not having enough time to respond yet. Vampires pushed down. They're going into Super Sunday. Do they know? Did they know? They're not celebrating. They're not celebrating yet. But the sign of relief finally kicks in the faces of the Axe in the last minute just now. My God, what a turn of event, Cloud.
Oh man, Juju, I have not been this excited for a final match in the longest time. This is insane. Oh my God, 10 points with the chicken to the 20 points. Vampire Esports. They thought they were clear. They thought they got the 80 points. They thought they will see the light directly of the Super Sunday. But no, this area have to burst their bubble.
We have to retract the 80 points. The statement of 80 points is the safe standard. Not anymore. 85. is the safe standard these days. Shadows, or known as Rune T before. Was it Rune T? Oh no, it's Levi. Sorry, Levi is actually Shadows now. Taking so much. I mean, like everybody contributed even amount of contribution towards the team. This is crazy. Just now, it was insane.
Oh man, I'm going insane as well. This is crazy. This is crazy from Xavier. Besides that, well, our team goes up here. They've already qualified, so that's fine. MORPH and also NKT collected as many points as they could in this round to prepare themselves for the last chance qualifiers. But man, this is going down in one of the place of the I don't know. This is going down to the PUBG Mobile Esports Museum here that Xavier did this.
Even though it's just the first week, you guys, I mean, we are sorry if we blown up your ears in the very last minute, but there wasn't, so we have to relive this moment. The chicken dinner from the Xaviers.
You know, the one thing I'm sad is that Lamborghini did not show his sweetest smile when they got this 20 points. It is crazy. This area made it for sure, ladies and gentlemen. But other than that, we also got to celebrate Alter Ego, MORPH, as well as NKT with the double-digit score. BTR's up here. 46 points if you got 6 elimination points.
I can't wait to see the overall rankings right now. And it also shows that the standard for this season is getting higher. The quality is getting higher because the minimum amount of points for the week to go to straight to Super Sunday is getting even higher as well. But on the side of XERXIA, that was unfortunate enough for them.
Yeah, I know. They did really try. Like, they did really try to find eliminations. They took fight after fight after fight. But yeah, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it's just points that they carry forward to the last chance qualifiers. So whatever they did, whatever their effort that they put in is still not all too bad, since they do have a pretty good start at the last chance qualifiers. But on the match rankings, unfortunate for Roy and, well, doesn't matter for RRQ. They did not collect any points at all this time. But okay, Choo-Choo, this is it. Overall ranking. There you go. There you go.
The pain for Satani. I feel for you, bro. Vampires last minute being pushed to down. My God.
So Danny, I know we need a tonight, but yeah, unfortunately tomorrow's work day for you guys out there for Vampire. Oh man, but okay, on the brighter side, right, for Vampire, they have a humongous lead in the last qualifiers.
That's true. I think we pretty much can confirm they can easily just get into the Super Sunday as well, following the 8 teams confirming their slots for Super Sunday and getting a good rest during this Saturday. For DX just now, I don't think they actually sink in the message yet that they actually passed through the Super Sunday. But for the rest, the toughest run is going to be coming up from YOODO O2, Creep VIP, TODAK and GEEK Fam. Why a lot of Malaysian teams down there?
Yeah, that is quite interesting sight to see. 4 Malaysian teams down there. Actually, all the Malaysian teams are on page number 2, including YOODO Alliance, who was pushed down, like, well, I mean, with the points collector, we kind of expected them not to be in the top 8, but you know, they were pushed down to page number 2, so now they are at number 13. So it looks like it's a brand new day tomorrow for the Malaysian squads.
Except for PEA, they managed to stay in first page, but none of the Malaysian teams managed to squeeze into the Super Sunday straight.
Yeah, so I guess, yep, we'll see more of them again tomorrow. But welcome to the teams qualified for Super Sunday. Alter Ego, Boom Esports, VOIN Donkey, BTR, RRQ, Team Flash, TALON, and
DX!
Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
Vampire was the only Thai team that managed to book at first the top 8 teams to go straight to Super Sunday. No Thai teams managed to go straight to Super Sunday as well because DX snatched it away in the last minute.
So I guess if there was this meme, right, that like you see like 2 people like giving like high five to each other is Malaysia and also Thailand. So we'll be seeing all the other teams in the last chance qualifiers, and here they are.
My God, but look at the gaps between Vampires and XERXIA. Now the 80 points is not the safe zone anymore. 85 it is. But the gap between XERXIA and Vampires is just humongous. And when it comes to the Thai teams, half of them are actually on the top 3 when it comes to the last chance. But EA and YOODO Alliance, the only top 2 Malaysian teams up there, but none of the Thais or the Malaysians will go straight to Super Sunday. And the Indonesian teams, only PIGMY and MORPH remaining for the last chance stage.
Oh, PIGMY and MORPH, okay, interesting. So they will join with a mix of the other teams as well. So yeah, we'll see more of them again tomorrow, but we'll pass it back to our beautiful hosts.
Back to see me again with RQ, no Peko.
Hello.
Hello. I just saw your pen. So you are live Thailand already because elephant's pen. How you get that? Do you have time for shopping?
Kapan kamu beli celana itu?
Waktu pas pertama kali datang adalah rehearsal 2 hari itu kita manfaatin buat jajan.
So I go shopping in Thailand in the first 2 days when we have a rehearsal. So yeah, that's my free time. That's why I bought this
Okay,
pants.
so you have free time for shopping. But you performance very well. You got 21 eliminated in match 5. And your team collect 27 points and go to Super Sunday already. Can you share with us any strategy that you use in that match?
Oke, di match yang kalian mendapatkan 27 poin total, itu sangat-sangat bagus performanya. Bisa cerita nggak apa strategi yang kamu pakai dengan supaya kamu bisa mendapatkan hasil seperti itu?
Kalau strategi sih nggak ada yang beda ya, masih sama season kemarin, apalagi itu masih nggak ada yang beda. Kita masih mengandalkan main center kami dan controlling kami.
Okay, basically there's nothing changes from last season. We just apply whatever we learned in last season for this season, and yeah, we just focus on our gameplay and that's it.
Focus and fix your mistake. Okay, that's nice. What will you do to maintain the good performance you had today in Super Sunday?
Jadi untuk memaintain performa kamu di Super Sunday, apakah yang bakal kamu bawa dari 2 hari ini ke Super Sunday nanti?
Yang pasti apa yang ada sih? Sama aja karena kita udah ngelaluin ini 3 season ya. Menurutku sama aja sih. nggak ada bedanya. Pasti tetap RRQ bakal kayak gitu terus.
So for Super Sunday, we're not gonna change much thing because this is RRQ. We already played for almost 3 season, and yeah, we're just gonna play our normal gameplay. That's it.
Okay, that's nice. Okay, the last one. How you have any word to say to your fans?
Okay, terakhir kata-kata sedikit buat fans di luar sana.
Paling buat yang dukung RRQ dan RRQ Kingdom tetap dukung RRQ Rio, walaupun kita kadang emang suka naik turun, tapi tetap meta kita.
Okay, to our fans out there, especially RRQ Kingdom, keep supporting us even though sometimes we are not perform really good, but then yeah, this is our meta. That's all.
How to say I love you in Indonesia?
Gimana caranya sebut aku cinta kamu di Indonesia?
Aku sayang kamu. Aku sayang kamu.
Aku
sayang kamu.
Aku sayang kamu. RRQ Kingdom, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you for today. See you tomorrow for more action. And now you go back to the caster for the final part.
And by the way, Cloud, he actually broken the record of last season. I think Zeta got the most eliminations. He's breaking 11 eliminations, and also it was VOIN who got the most elimination last season as well. Thank you so much, Smiley and Mois, for the updates. And they got 20 eliminations. That's the most. 21 is the new number, and 12 elimination by an individual, still hold by Nepeko so far.
And you know what went through my mind is that that was the only interview. Normally we would have only one person, right? That was the only interview session that we should have 2 different teams. They should have got Xavier up there as well. I really want to know what they think.
I agree. I mean, we should have Xaviers to ask them, did they know they surpassed the vampires at that point because they're not celebrating? We have the camera pan into their faces. They were like still sinking in this message, like they haven't realized it. They don't have time to react.
Yeah, they'll be like, oh yeah, we didn't make it anyway. And then they go backstage and their coach is like, wait, what? How?
Oh, Tanny, for vampires, it's so upsetting for them though.
It's another work day for them, I guess, earning their salary tomorrow.
Oh, no rest day for vampires then. No sipping some juice next to the swimming pool, and they have to work their grind tomorrow against all the other 16 teams to make it to Super Sunday.
Oh man, what an insane. So we started the day telling all the viewers saying that, you know, you don't want to miss out the action, yada yada. You know, it sounds like a cliche line every caster would say, but it is true this time. It is true. If you missed out on this, man, it's worth grinding today to watch back everything.
It's just insane. I mean, like, not many teams can actually do that except for FaZe Clan, of course. But these Xaviers, they're definitely resting for tomorrow. But tomorrow is a different story because me and Sir Cloud cannot wait to see who will make it in the last minute for this Super Sunday as well. So we're going to sign it off. This is Chicha, and that is...
Sir Cloud. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.